Thank you, everybody. Good morning and morena. Welcome to hearing stream number 6 to hear submissions on the proposed district plan for Central Hospitality District. Today we are primarily focused on the Eco Schedule 5, the mapping of significant natural areas. We have a mixture of online and in-person attendees today, and as usual, we will require a little bit of shuffling around to cut your sudden absences and things. Just a reminder to people, please put your phones on silent or off during the course of the hearing. And if you are online, please have your camera on at the time you're speaking. Otherwise, control of mute is in hearing administrators' fair hands. I won't do any introductions because I think most people will know most people here. So thank you. The schedule for today will be to hear from the reporting officers, just to introduce the Section 42A reports and to cover off any matters arising since the circulation of those reports. The Coates isn't attending today on behalf of Waipuna NZ, but we will have Stella August for Kairako Lands Trust come in a little earlier. Thank you very much again, Stella, yet again. And we have the Lowrys and Lockie McGillivray after them, and we'll have a short break around lunchtime, followed by the Hardy Family Trust and the Lime Terrace Farm, and representatives also for Paul Rowbottom and Whairatahi Holdings Limited. Towards the afternoon, we'll have the council experts return to us to talk to any issues arising during the hearing. And that includes the two ecologists that advising the council and the two reporting planners who have written the Section 42A report that we have all read. We have not yet decided whether to do any site visits in response to any of the matters arising, but they are potentially on the schedule, particularly tomorrow where we are not having a hearing, but are available to do that if necessary. It's the usual requirements around earthquakes and dropping down below the tables and holding and covering yourself and waiting to evacuate the building. And similarly with the fire alarm, will follow council staff to safe areas. That I don't think there's anything to cover off. So without any further ado, I will turn to the reporting planners just to talk to their reports and to answer any questions from the hearing panel. So Tiffany, Stella, who would like to lead?
Yeah, I'm leading.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tiffany Gray, and I am the reporting officer for the Section 42A report on SNA mapping. Eco Schedule 5 and the associated mapping forms part of the chapter on ecosystems and biodiversity. I'm also joined by Stella Morgan of Sage Planning, who authored the report as council's ecologist Jerry Kessels and John Chain. Jerry Kessels has worked with council on the SNA review since 2018. And John was contacted by council to assist in undertaking ground truthing of SNA sites during the draft phase of the proposed plan. They will be available to answer questions on the panel. We've also got Asha Davidson available as well today.
Welcome.
Council's legal. My report addresses submissions relating to the mapping of significant natural areas. These were generally submissions making requests to delete or amend specific SNAs or delete or amend SNAs on specific properties. Several of these submissions, while making specific requests, also raise broader concerns such as the appropriateness of SNAs on private property and within covenantal areas. Many of these concerns were addressed in the Section 42A report from Hearing Stream 1 on ecosystems and indigenous biodiversity. But for completeness, they are also addressed in key issue 1 of my report. The SNA review began in 2018, and Mr. Kessels and his team were commissioned to assist with this body of work. The SNA review involved revising and updating the broad areas of significant nature conservation values contained within the operative plan, collating data from other sources, including Indigenous forest and wetland spatial data obtained from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and data on native fauna distribution within the district from the Department of Conservation and other sources. The methodology, results and recommendations of this work being documented in 2 technical reports. The assessment of natural heritage for the review of Central Hawke's Bay District Plan 2018 and District Plan Significant Natural Area Review in 2020 and the associated GIS layers and supporting attribute data. This meant including the most recently available information to develop determinants criteria and to undertake comprehensive engagement with landowners to refine these. My report outlines the engagement that council undertook. This included letters to the majority of landowners with SNAs on their property, as well as landowner meetings where Mr. Kessels was present prior to the release of the draft plan. Landowners were also encouraged to provide feedback during the submission phase of the draft district plan via specific landowner feedback forms. All feedback was collated and resulted in landowner meetings and ground truthing of SNAs, summarised in individual landowner reports by Mr. Kessels and Mr. Chain, and consequentially amendments made to the SNA dataset based on their recommendations. Once the draft SNA dataset was finalised in 2020, another round of letters was sent to all landowners with SNAs on their property with updated maps. Landowners were able to reach out to council at this point if there were concerns. In 2021, letters were sent to all submitters on the draft plan, all submitted on SNAs and all payers in the district, alerting them to the notification of the proposed district plan. It's pleasing to note the relatively low amount of submissions received on the SNA mapping, given the increase in SNAs mapped over those in the operative plan. In my opinion, while provisions are not popular amongst many landowners, there is a level of acceptance of the approach that has been taken by council to implementing its obligations under Section 6C of the RMA. There are 41 submissions on the scheduling and mapping of SNAs and 1 further submission received. The submissions received included a mix of simple requests asking for specific SNAs to be amended or deleted, and a number of more complex submissions that outline numerous concerns about SNAs. The broader concerns regarding SNAs have been addressed in key issue 1, general opposition to SNAs, with the remaining requests spread over the key issue 2, request for SNAs to be deleted, and key issue 3, request for SNAs to be amended. Some submission points have been repeated over 2 key issues where submitters have raised general concerns in opposition to SNAs, but have also made requests for specific SNAs to be removed or amended. In general, my recommendations are to make changes to mapping in response to Mr. Kessels' assessment of submissions and advice, noting that many of these changes are also associated with changes to Eco Schedule 5. And a recommendation to adopt a new policy in response to matters raised by Māori landowners. I have read the evidence and submissions on this topic and comment as follows. So Alan Rowbotham prepared joint evidence for 3 submitters, that's Priority Holdings, Paul Rowbotham and the CNH Hardy Family Trust and Lime Terrace Farm. The submitters agree with the recommendations in the Section 42A report in regards to amending SNAs on properties involved, but seek that further areas that hold low or no Indigenous biodiversity values be removed from the PDP. The witness provides descriptions and photographs as evidence of areas that the submitters believe should be removed from the PDP. The witness has also provided maps of these areas so that we can adequately assess the information in question and clearly identify areas for which the Kessels assessment indicates that it's appropriate. The evidence states that the submitted individual submissions also relate more generally to the SNA provisions. This has been addressed in my report. Mr. Rowbotham's submission was specifically mentioned in key issue 1 regarding SNAs on private land. And this matter was addressed in the Section 42A report for hearing 1 on ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity. In my report, I agree with the second planner's conclusion that while private property rights are important, it would not be appropriate to remove SNAs given the small amount of Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous people remaining in the district. While the submissions of Priority Holdings Limited and CNH Hardy Family Trust and Lime Terrace Farm were not specifically mentioned in key issue 1, these broad issues surrounding SNAs were covered in this issue. Paragraph 4.3.13 of my report states that the PDP seeks to balance private property rights and the need for rural landowners to farm in New Zealand efficiently and effectively, while also identifying SNAs for protection. It accommodates a range of activities with appropriate standards so that are avoided, remedied, or mitigated. I confirm that assessment applies equally to the submitter's general concerns. I note that Mrs. Robotham also assessed the application of vegetation clearance and trimming. However, I note that the submissions from your clients have not specifically sought to change to the policy or rule framework, nor has she recommended any changes, so I do not comment on that any further. Ms. Robotham has also correctly identified that the eco rules only relate to clearance or trimming of Indigenous vegetation species. She raises concerns about some of the notified SNA areas have a high proportion of non-Indigenous vegetation, which appears to be intentionally included in the SNA layer. And she uses SNA 118, the Whakituki River, as an example. Mr. Kessels has addressed the issue of Braided River SNA, and this was covered in the February section 42A report, paragraph 5.3.42, and then a supporting statement from Council's ecology expert attached to that report stated, the margins of braided rivers can be important parts of the braided river ecosystem, meeting one or more of the following criteria, 2, 4, 5, and 6, or significant because they buffer, protect the braided river from the effects of land use, criterion 7. This may include areas of exotic vegetation as well as structurally they are not areas of Indigenous vegetation. They may be significant areas of Indigenous fauna habitat or act as ecological buffers or as migratory routes. Mr. Kessels is also available to provide further comment on this. While the eco rules apply to only Indigenous vegetation, the objectives and policies apply more broadly, and other methods are also listed as a means of achieving the objectives and policies. It may be important to note that earthworks and subdivision rules are also subject to performance standards that can. Additionally, the mapping provides a trigger for when closer scrutiny is considered appropriate. Mr. Kessels is available to respond to the technical mapping aspects of Ms. Robotham's submission. Mr. and Mrs. Lowry have produced evidence on the SNA over their land on the coast of Paramahu. I note that the evidence written by Annabelle Beatty of Hawke's Bay Regional Council does not comply with the usual requirements for expert evidence, such as fully outlining the qualifications nor confirming whether it is in accordance with the code of conduct for expert witnesses. I also understand she is not attending the hearing and will not be available to answer questions about it from the panel. While the requirements for presenting expert evidence do not strictly apply in council hearings, I understand it can be relevant to the panel's consideration as to the weight that can be afforded to Ms. Beatty's evidence, particularly where it is contested by evidence. With regards to the technical matters addressed in Ms. Beatty's evidence, I defer to Mr. Kessel's expertise to respond to her assessment of the SNA, which he can do following this statement or later in the day. I also note that Ms. Beatty states that the exposure draft for the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity excludes wetlands from being considered as SNAs. My response is that the NPSIB is only an exposure draft and does not have any statutory weight. While the TDP has been prepared in light of previous drafts of the NPSIB, the identification of SNAs is fundamentally responding to the obligations in Section 6C of the RMA, which requires council to provide and recognise for the protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. Mr. Kessels may be able to expand on this and his approach to mapping wetlands within the current policy framework. Ms. Davidson, Jane Davidson, has provided an email for provision to the panel requesting deletion of an area of SNA shown on her property with reference to discussions with Mr. Kessels about what was and was not SNA on her land. Mr. Kessels has reviewed the inclusion of the area shown on Mrs. Davidson's evidence and considered that this particular area was not intended to be mapped as SNA and suggesting it was a GIS area during the finalization of the SNA database. I recommend the evidence be in that area deleted. Jane and Matt Tiley provided an email advising that they were in agreement with the recommendations of the Section 42 report. My report recommended the relief sought and the submission be accepted. Guy Coates from Waipuna, New Zealand was due to appear today, but over the weekend emailed to request removing the schedule on the basis that the recommendations in relation to the property are accepted by council. And to conclude, I anticipate the panel may have additional questions of the report officers following the submitted presentations today. I know that Mr. Kessels and Mr. Chain will also be available to the panel for questions at the end of hearing submissions. I will provide the panel with a formal written reply on matters raised during this hearing, where additional commentary is requested by the panel, or where there are matters raised where a response would be helpful to the panel.
Any comments from Ms. Moore?
No, I'm just available to respond to questions.
And just for my own clarification, Mr. Chain, what if we need Mr. Chain's advice, what area of the topic in particular?
So I think what we've discussed is that Mr. Kessels will be initially respond to any ecological questions, and then we will defer to Mr. Chain if required.
Any questions from the panel?
Well,
Right.
Now, just on the Māori component, it's quite I'll bring it Stella here as well. Are you aware of how many pieces of Māori land have SNAs on?
I have actually mapped the Māori land parcels and overlaid the SNAs over top, so I do have a little bit of idea, and I can share that with the panel.
Be great. Do you have a sense of scale?
In terms of SNA coverage over Māori land. I think if you are concerned about your SNA coverage over Māori land parcels, I think there are a few around Parongaho that have a large site coverage of SNA over the parcel.
So, and Kairako, do you know how much of Kairako's land have SNAs on them?
Not with any like specifics, yeah. If I provide you with the map, you'll have a better understanding.
So you'll appreciate from, and it's covered in Ms. August's evidence that's coming, that for Māori, they take the view that they are kaitiaki, and in some instances, the implementation of SNA steps on that kaitiaki responsibility, acknowledging that we do have alternative evidence from the marae, a more stronger view than in terms of kaitiaki, which are the originals in there. But I do note in terms of Māori landowners that they will and have observed that the somewhat irony is that they have Māori land, they haven't been able to develop because of barriers, and because of that, natural vegetation has been able to grow, and therefore we have SNA. So it's a double barrel irony in that because they haven't been able to develop, we now have the mechanism of SNAs. So I guess I'm acknowledging the point you make, and I think it's 4313 was we comment about that balance between landowner rights and use and SNAs. Are you confident that you've struck the same balance in terms of for Māori, the section 6, 6 and 7, including kaitiakitanga and the SNAs? Is that balance struck there? Because it's an additional balance. It's not just the landowner balance, it's the fact that we are talking about Māori's, the protection of Māori rights and in terms of their ancestral land, and also their role as kaitiaki. So it's an additional layer, and are you confident that you've actually struck that balance?
I don't, we have introduced a new policy to recognise that. So that was there are assessment matters in the relevant for when resource consents are considered as well. So we would like to think we have struck that balance, which again, while it might not be what the particular submitters want. We are somewhat constrained in terms of how council needs to approach this from the.
And moving on to that policy. And just wanting to understand the wording, I note the point that you've got the NPSIB covered in terms of the of relevance. Can you just walk me through what's intended in terms of the word minimize? Does that include the mitigation and offsetting and alternatives and some of the discussion that's actually had in the NPSIB? So because I appreciate that it's minimizes in there and C, but I just wanted to know if there is a clear correlation so that someone reading this will understand that there is the potential for mitigation and all those sort of things.
Well, that's certainly the intention. Yeah. There is a-
Recognizing that the NPSIB may or may not come through and it's
That's
interesting
right.
form. So I appreciate that you can't just point as we would like to. But if we look at this policy as a pure standalone, has it got sufficiency in there to actually highlight both to future council officers and to Māori that when we're talking minimisation, that also reflects the ability to mitigate, for example, and offsetting and compensation. It would be nice to think that the NPSIB will come to as it is and recognise that there may not be alternatives. But I'm just wondering if we've got sufficiency in that policy to cover all of the available options. So that's something just for you to.
We can look at that wording. I guess I would say that the policy will get alongside the other policy, and there is through the SNA chapter policies, the offsetting approach that's is promoted.
Yeah.
So I think you would read them in the round, but we can certainly have a look.
Can
at
you
that
just
wording.
reflect on that? That'd be great. Just so, because it is a new policy and understanding how it fits would be great. And again, you've probably covered it somewhere, but kairako has not been ground truth or has been ground truth.
No, I don't believe that specific site, the Lands Trust own have been granted.
And it has Ngā Whenua Rāhui on its land. The team wouldn't know offhand whether those Ngā Whenua Rāhui are within the SNAs that we're talking about. I mean, I can ask Stella A. But
Coming into the area.
I guess just we have to look into the specifics of that, but and maybe Jerry Kessels can give you a little bit more of an answer, but in terms of my understanding in terms of the approach that was taken, that regardless of the covenants on the land, that wasn't taken into account in mapping SNAs. Yeah. That's correct, isn't it, Jerry?
Yes, we did get all the QE2 in from recollection back in 2018 in Ngā Whenua Rāhui layers. So we were able to see the difference between protected and unprotected land. So that data should be there, but I don't have the latest Ngā Whenua Rāhui data set. So that could be obtained quite easily.
it would be great, just so we can see the overlay between the two. And all this evidence wasn't quite clear if there was a commonality. They talk about Ngā Whenua Rāhui in particular areas, but I wasn't quite clear. So, I mean, I will take that up with her. It would be helpful just to understand what the overlay is. And those are all my questions at this stage.
Commissioner Aitken?
Just a couple of points of clarification, possibly by way of yes, no answers, which is I'm happy about. Where landowners have both a covenant, by statute covenant, not Ngā Whenua Rahui, in an SNA, identification of that SNA imposes no additional obligations. That's correct.
That is my understanding, yeah.
And that activities carried out in accordance with such a covenant are proposed to be a permitted activity. That's correct. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. Look, the point you raised about Ms. Beattie's evidence raises some alarm bells. I will admit, assuming that it was official regional council submission or advice, but now I'm thinking maybe it's not. So are you aware, it's on letterhead, Hawke's Bay letterhead, and signed off as is part of it. Do you know or otherwise what official status this does or doesn't have?
I'll defer to Asha.
Okay.
I actually contacted Gavin Ide at the Regional Council because I wasn't clear either, and he clarified to me that it was not official HBRC
Okay,
evidence. I understand that she was invited out to the site by the landowner, gave that report, and it was submitted as evidence without it having gone through any particular official.
okay, thank you. In respect of that, I would appreciate what you said verbally before around this, if it could be provided in writing to the panel. For our reference, thank you very much. I don't have any specific questions and then the higher level of things, because we have traversed the whole broader topic of SNAs ourselves. I am thinking though, it would be handy, and apologies, I should have organized this before, but if we could have the mapping of any particular ones that we're looking at available to show on the screen at some point, just to save us all trying to scrabble around. Trying to find them.
Yeah, I think I should probably my Zoom. Possibly put it up that way.
So that might be helpful, particularly if some evidence we just get photographs of things, I mean, on the ground photographs. And it's been helpful to relate that with mapping. Now, I would be interested in specifically Kessel's addressing the evidence of Ms. Beattie in terms of his response to that. The thing, putting aside, the stated weaknesses of it, the actual technicalities of her analysis would be.
Sure. So I think, thank you, Chair. So I'd like to just perhaps, if I've got time, just give you a bit of background, so I think that's important. So the NPS IV has come in and including wetlands. Now, the New Zealand Ecological Society, amongst others, have put a submission to the government that that's a serious flaw in the NPS IV.
So what was the flaw? Sorry,
Not including wetlands.
not including. Okay, sorry.
In terms of needing central government's assistance through the NPS and meeting section 6C. So there is some misunderstanding that the NPS, NES freshwater management in relation to the guidelines and definitions it gives to natural wetlands can be used as a surrogate for section 6C. But in my view, and in the view of the New Zealand Ecological Society, on the basis of my reading of their submission to the NPSIB, that's not the case. So because section 6C talks about protecting significant Indigenous vegetation and protecting significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. Now, the natural wetlands definition in the NES freshwater management is silent on significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. So there is a gap in central government policy the other serious flaw with applying natural wetland definition in the freshwater management is a perverse outcome, which I've struck, is that sometimes you get habitats that are wetlands, but are completely dominated by exotic species, such as willows, that might be really important habitat for bittern, spotless crake or marsh crake, but would fall through the cracks because they don't meet the natural wetlands definition. Perversely, the natural wetlands definition in the freshwater management policy is allowing identification of a paddock with totally exotic species and no habitats for indigenous fauna as a natural wetland. So it's a very complex and frustrating policy framework for ecologists, yet alone farmers, to deal with. So when Miss Beattie put her evidence in, putting the entire weight of her evidence focusing on the natural wetland definition and the freshwater management NES guidelines being a surrogate for section 6C, I don't agree with that, and that's my reason why. In saying that, I think there's not a lot of difference between our opinions there if you look at the mapping. And I found it helpful that she was mapped around the indigenous wetland vegetation, and she's agreed with my other decisions. In terms where I'm struggling to give the commissioners definitive advice is how this farm relates to habitat for indigenous fauna. And Mr. Sheen, I'd like to refer to him for a minute. You know, we'll give some of his opinions, particularly for Australasia, and the importance of these ephemeral wetlands. So I think that's the tricky bit, and where we're getting this conflict is these, and it's the same for the alluvial terraces, fluvial terraces, and the braided wetlands. It's these border areas between productive pasture, and some of them are productive land, as farmers would argue, and areas that are also significant habitats for indigenous fauna. And I think that's where the tension is. And SNAs can only go so far in terms of mapping that out, because an SNA is not policy or rule. An SNA is just a database, really, of scientific information using the best available information we can, given the constraints that we have in terms of obtaining that data. So, I mean, I could make some critiques of her evidence in terms of the inadequacy of the methodology for natural wetlands. I don't think that's going to be helpful to the commissioners. I don't think there's a lot of daylight between her and I in terms of our final conclusion, in terms of the final mapping of the wetlands as she's put in her report and where we're at. I think there is probably a discrepancy with Mr. Sheen's view on the matter in terms of how that ephemeral wetland is habitat for bittern as well. So perhaps if Mr. Sheen can give you some of his thoughts there, that might help you understand his view.
That would be, thank you.
You like that now?
Absolutely, yep.
Just a couple of comments. It's water that drives the wetland. Different types of water: saline, freshwater, ephemeral, permanent. It's water that drives the wetland, and things like the nationally critically endangered bittern is attracted to the site by food, and it feeds primarily on eels, native fish like inanga, frogs, and large aquatic invertebrates. Those animals or food items are there regardless of whether it's native vegetation, a mix of native and exotic, or primarily exotic if it's covered by a willow forest. If the water's there, the habitat's suitable for the food items, the bitterns will utilise it, as will a lot of other wetland native bird species. So I come from a pragmatic position. And having spent many years working with wetlands, bird surveys, etc. And certainly in terms of mapping the wetlands, the vegetation tells me a lot, whether I'm actually on site inspecting it or closely examining good colour aerial photography. I can look at that information and make a pretty good assessment of what sort of bird species and fish species in some regard are actually going to be found there. So in terms of just briefly, the Lowry property is adjacent to the major Rongaha estuary. It's actually part of it. It's the freshwater component of an estuary. An estuary's got saltwater, freshwater, and the mixture of salt and freshwater in the middle. So from a pragmatic point of view, ephemeral wetlands can't be divorced from the total context of that Parongaha Paramahu wetland complex.
Thank you. And when you refer to the vegetation tells you a lot here about wetlands and what kind of species, fauna inhabit that area. Are you referring not necessarily to native or indigenous vegetation, but a broader spectrum of vegetation?
Like a very good example at Parongaha is as you get down right into the estuary proper, most of your plants are salt tolerant because they're getting inundated twice a day by tidal salt water. As you move away from there, you get into plant species that tolerate a mix of salt and fresh water. Back to plants like Raupo that don't tolerate salt water at all. Salt water is a great herbicide around the root systems of Raupo. They turn their toes up very quickly. So the graduation of plants from the true salt water right through to the true fresh water changes.
Thank you. Now, I was thinking of asking, I guess it was around the outstanding contentious sort of SNA lots today, but I think we'll do that at the end of the day after we've heard the hearing, because in due fairness, not everyone's attending the hearing at the moment, so we won't do that. Any other questions from the panel at this stage? Well, thank you. As you know, as we know, you'll be back later today to respond to matters arising today. Any other outstanding questions that we have at this point in time? Thank you. Jessie, have we? That was online. It's a bit early. It's just back.
Sorry, it was Heather.
Yes, that's
I
the
looked at
timing.
10:30 and
It's the Pavlov dog thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Waiting a moment to see if Stella August will be available right now to talk to the panel.
good.
Right. Thank you again very, very much, Stella, for being not only patient but flexible. Been much appreciated by the panel and everyone else. So we continue. So we have your statement that we received this morning. Rabbit.
Morena koutou.
Morena.
And can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes, everyone can.
Awesome. Sorry again that I'm not there in person. I did prefer to give my evidence at the hearing, kanohi ki te kanohi. And I'm also sorry for the late copy of my submission, as it took a lot of editing and I only finished it late last night.
It's right.
The submission point that I'm talking about was our submission point number 16. And that submission point pretty much said that we didn't want any of the designations on our land. So I've been scrambling and found some maps. And from these maps, even though they are quite old, I believe we have a high natural character area over parts of our land blocks. We have an outstanding natural feature or landscape over parts of our land blocks. We have two significant natural areas over parts of our land blocks. And we also have two Ngā Whenua Rāhui covenants over parts of our land blocks, and those covenants are included in the one of them is just a significant natural area, but the other one includes a significant natural area, high natural character area, and an outstanding natural feature or landscape. That's not going to be helpful, is it? No.
No.
So there is a map which explains the area that I'm going to be talking about today. The Kairako Lands Trust has 15 hectares of Māori freehold land from the Kairako block that passed through the Native Land Court in 1869. This land has always been in Māori ownership and survived various attempts by the colonial government and others to acquire from us our land. Only 5% of all the land in New Zealand is owned by Māori, and only 4% of land is owned by Māori in Hawke's Bay. Ties to whenua are critical for the health and well-being of Māori, and this includes spiritual, emotional, physical, and cultural well-being. After 168 years of leasing our land, in 2021, we began farming our land. It has taken us this long to have the capacity and the capability to do this. Let's talk a bit about the history of our land. In order for us to retain our land, as we couldn't secure finance to develop it, we had to lease it. Other people benefited from farming our land. The people who leased our land didn't do on our land what they did on their own land. They did the bare minimum to get what they wanted from our land. For example, they only erected boundary fences and did little internal fencing or subdivision of paddocks. They cleared the indigenous vegetation and farmed only the productive land. Capital development was minimal. Our land was farmed, but much Māori land in Hawke's Bay was left undeveloped. We are just starting to change the ongoing effects of colonisation. Now the benefits from our land goes to us as landowners. We are upgrading fences and subdividing paddocks. We are installing reticulated water systems and fencing off waterways. We are planting unproductive land and trees and retiring land to plant native vegetation or to allow it to regenerate naturally. We have Ngā Whenua Rāhui covenants on those designated areas, I may add, and we have a comprehensive environmental plan. We are kaitiaki. It is extremely frustrating only in the last few years, we have seen the implementation of proposals or proposals for national policy statements that say we must recognise the significance of this or that, such as Indigenous biodiversity, outstanding landscapes or features, or the quality of our water. But these things have always been important to tangata whenua. They haven't just become important to us in the last few years. We fenced off the cliffs at Kairako more than 10 years ago. We did that, that was our decision. Yet we are told that the interests of the general public are greater than ours as traditional owners of that land. Why should the view of other people or the benefit to others of those cliffs at Kairako come before our view and the benefits to us as ancestral owners of that land? We have put protective measures in place. We applied for Ngā Whenua Rahui covenants to protect an area of bush and native habitat for an Indigenous beetle. We did that. It was our decision. Yet we are told that the land that was once not worth clearing the native vegetation of because it was unproductive, now apparently has value for all New Zealanders. We are putting more protective measures in place. We are currently working with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council on other areas of our land that we feel should be protected. Irrespective of the gaps in the legislation, this includes 2 wetland areas. We are doing that. It is our decision. We have a responsibility to those who have been, those who are here, and those who will come. We have an obligation to utilise our land and develop our land to meet the needs of our owners, present and future. But we are being told that we can, what we can and what we cannot do on our land. We have little land left, and these restrictions are prohibitive. Please don't get us wrong. Natural features and landscapes are inherently important to us as Māori. Many feature as a part of our cultural identity and whakapapa, but the features that remain on our whenua are ours to manage, as that is our job, that's our role. And the landscapes and features that are not in our ownership, they remain ours too, but we need to work with others to protect those. Please don't get us wrong. Indigenous flora and fauna are inherently important to us as Māori. This is integral to our health and our well-being from the past, in the present, and for the future. But on our ancestral whenua, this is our job as kaitiaki of land that has been passed down to us from our ancestors who first set foot here 700 years ago. We have a story, but that story isn't being told by a desktop-based mapping assessment. Others in New Zealand have used the words land grab and land snatch. And we feel these designations on our land where we have suffered from the ongoing effects of colonisation, but land where we are now changing that, is 1, unnecessary, 2, annoyingly ironic, 3, unfair, and 4, taking away our rights. We note a comment made by the consultant ecologist that no specific information is provided in relation to the ecological values or boundaries of the SNAs identified on the property and therefore recommends no changes are made to the SNA delineations unless further specific information is provided. We want to point out that we are not here to discuss ecological values or boundaries. We are here to highlight the injustice and the unfairness of this section of the plan. For these reasons, we should not have designations on our land. We understand that the relevant sections in the PDP was drafted using the proposed NPSIB of November 2019, and that subsequently the NPSIB exposure draft was released in June this year. This is currently not government policy, yet the proposed district plan is attempting to implement it. I note that there was a comment made earlier that it's in response to section 6C of the RMA. Well, I think that if we are mentioning the RMA, we also need to consider section 6E, section 6G, section 7, and section 8. Both versions of the NPSIB advocate for local authorities to engage meaningfully and consult with tangata whenua early in the process, among a lot of other considerations. However, no representative of the Trust attended any of the community meetings. The Trust did have two hui with Council in 2019 during the informal stage of the PDP process, where several issues and concerns were discussed, but SNAs, ONFLs and HNCAs were only mentioned briefly. As we indicated at the last hui with Council in December 2019, and as a part of our submission, we wanted to hui with Council about this topic as we felt we did not have enough information to understand the significance or the implications of this section of the PDP, and we still feel this way. As tangata whenua, as Māori who have retained ancestral land, as a treaty partner, we do not believe we've been given the opportunity to engage and consult with Council regarding this section of the plan. We understand the methodology for assessing areas was flawed and that few areas have been ground truthed, and that includes our land. The Section 42 report asked for feedback on the new proposed policy Eco P10. We do not wish to provide feedback on this, as we feel this section of the plan needs thorough and meaningful consultation with tangata whenua, where we can engage and participate fully in the process to ensure that our views and our interests are recognised and addressed by the PDP. I would like to know how many SNAs are, or the area of coverage of SNAs is over Māori land. I feel that the process of identifying these SNAs and the other designations is usurping our rights as Māori, as landowners, and our rights, and it is ignoring the attempt that we have done in the past and that we are doing now to address the very things that this section of the plan is trying to address. It is ironic. It's extremely ironic. I said it before, it's annoyingly ironic. Our land that has been left undeveloped now has value. And that value comes at a cost to us. I think that's all I have to say right now. Thank you for your time. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Stella. I'll turn to the panel to see if there's any questions for you. You can.
Oh, later on, I'm just thinking how I'm gonna.
Commissioner Byrne.
Yeah, thank you. You talk about the amount of Maori land under SNA and the Kairako Land Trust, how much would you to suggest is under SNA or the ONF designation now?
Is in a proportion of area?
Yes, yeah.
I couldn't tell.
No. And when you talk about the cost of having it, what sort of cost are you talking? Is that monetary cost or just?
It could be taken a few ways. There's potential. There's the potential cost for future anything that we may want to do in the future. There's the potential that cost is lost because of these designations on our land. There is a financial cost. We potentially we may not be able to develop that land how we may want to use it because of these SNAs on our land. There's the cost to our integrity as tangata whenua. This takes away from our mana because we're being prohibited in what we can or may want to do. Do you see?
Yeah.
Answering your question?
No, thank you. The other thing about the ground truthing, so ground truthing has it taken place on your land? Were you offered that opportunity?
No.
Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor?
Just in response to Commissioner Burns' question, you weren't offered the opportunity. Do you feel you asked for it or wanted it?
So SNAs really only became came onto our radar probably partway through the community meeting phase of the process.
Sorry, just clarify the 2019 one that you mentioned. No, or the Wānanga, the recent Wānanga.
No, I think the community, I don't know. They were in the Section 42 report. There were a series of community meetings, and the first that I found out about SNAs was during midway through that notification, that period of community meetings. And then we met with council after that, and I don't remember being offered the ability to ground truth because we still actually don't fully comprehend like what this may mean for us on our land and how it looks. Yeah.
Was it discussed at the Wānanga? I just had a quick look at the back through the the topics. Did it come up at the Wānanga?
Yes, it was discussed at the Wānanga. And I think I could say that a lot of other people who attended and participated at the Wānanga also were not well enough informed to discuss it. Yeah.
Thanks, Stella.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Stella. Yeah, just a initial, just to clarify, in your submission, in your statement, you note that there's only 5% of all land in New Zealand owned by Māori and only 4% owned by Māori in Hawke's Bay. You're talking about Māori land under Te Ture Whenua, right? Not land owned by Māori in private title.
That was from the Māori Land Court website, so yes. Yep.
That's cool. I just wanted to just put that on the records in case we refer to it. So in terms of things, you talk about you're doing things on the land and etc. Can I just get a feel in terms of Kairako, what they're doing in terms of their land or likely to be doing that will be affected by the SNAs? Do you have a sense? You talk about an environmental plan and all of those sort of things and plans. Can you give me a bit more of a flavour in terms of what Kairako are going to or wanting to be doing in the next, I guess, 5-10 years that might be affected by the SNAs?
So currently our business is farming and forestry. So all going well, hopefully that continues. Once we get up on our feet running successfully as a farm, and we complete our capital development objectives for the farm, then we want to look at turning those benefits to the owners, so that they can and those benefits, one, like the things that our owners want is they want a place to come to, a place on their land, so that they can identify with it, that they can connect, they can have that association, that peace. And so for a part of one thing that we do want to do is look at Papakainga, potentially, and there's like a few other suggestions, ideas that we're throwing around. But this land is in a beautiful place, and when you have this land, you want to appreciate the views, and we have little coastal access left, and so even though we wouldn't want to detract from the cliffs, you know, maybe we would want to develop something up there.
No, that's cool. I just wanted a flavour for what you're thinking about in terms of and that balance between the utilisation of mighty land, as you say, section 67, 8. And as you would have heard the conversation I was having earlier. So it's good to have a flavour of an example of what could be done.
Could I just also add that a lot of our land is steep and you know, we are restricted in what we can do in some of that steep country. And so you know, the other thing that we would like to do is to keep retiring and allowing land to either regenerate or to replant it back in native vegetation. But I think our point is that this needs to be our decision. We have been unable to make decisions about this for so long. And now when we do have a bit more ability to be active, it feels like it's been taken away.
You talk about the Ngā Whenua Rāhui land. You know, if you say that there at least one is covering an SNA and the other is covering a high natural character, an ONF and an SNA. So they're reasonable parcels. Were you involved in the establishment of them? A bit of knowledge about what's covered, what's involved?
So I've been involved with the Lands Trust now for maybe about 15 years, and they were both put in before I was involved. So one significantly earlier, I want to say the 90s, and then the second one in the mid 2000s.
You know how long they apply? Because we've heard that Ngā Whenua Rāhui only lasts for about 21 years. Is that the case, or are yours longer?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know both the areas, and as long as I was involved with the trust, I would not want to see them removed. I mean, the area of bush that's out in the middle of the farm, it borders, it's above a wetland, it borders, there's a stream that runs down the bottom of it. I mean, it's a beautiful piece of bush, and there's old trees, old remnant trees in that bush. And yeah, we're looking to extend it. The area that's currently covered by the Kawinata. So we're looking at putting other areas into more Kawinata. So they're meeting our needs, and I don't think we would be applying for more if they weren't. And that I don't think our views will change on that either.
One of the earlier discussions we had, what feels like a lifetime ago, but it was the beginning of the year, about SNAs, was about the QE2s, and the QE2 covenants are in perpetuity. So they're there forever. And I guess one of the questions around Ngā Whenua Rāhui, and as I observed, mighty land, by its nature, you can't have something in perpetuity per se with mighty land and the history of it. We can be a bit sensitive about those sort of things after people call rentals. So I guess. One of the observations with the QE2s was that SNAs, there wasn't the need for an SNA because the QE2 was both in perpetuity and probably more had more stringent requirements than the SNA requirements. Do you have a sense of with the Ngā Whenua Rāhui, whether having looked at the SNA requirements here, whether they're firmer, are they more restrictive or less restrictive?
There are strict requirements of us, and regarding that kawanata and what we need to do. I don't have experience myself with the QE2, but I do want to add that I'm involved with the trust, and my sister's also involved with the trust. And my sister is a lot more blunter than I am when it comes to expressing views. And she always says, there's no one who has a longer term vision than Māori. And so I think, you know, a kawenata may only be in place, I don't know, 21 years or whatever. But when you look at Māori beliefs and Māori values and how we view the world, I can't see those kawenata being changed or decreased or removed. If anything, that's the opposite of what we want to do.
Just going back to the question of ground truthing, and following the questions of my fellow commissioners, would you agree to ground truthing? Would you agree to some of the development? Because it has been effective in terms of reducing or removing SNAs on properties thus far where ground truthing has occurred. Would the trust be comfortable with that?
I want you guys to hear that we don't feel like we've been given enough information and enough time and enough
Yeah, I understand, Stella. I think that is very, very clearly heard, and we understand it. But I'm also looking at it from what we've got in front of us and the decisions we have to make in terms of this PDP. We can, as you know, make recommendations in terms of engaging and consulting, but we've also got to deal with what's in front of us. So I guess I'm looking for a way that both acknowledges the conversation that will be had with council, and council have already agreed to have kōrero with Māori within the area, and no doubt the SNAs will be picked up in that process potentially. That's separate from our process. So I acknowledge that, and I also acknowledge the role as kaitiaki that the trust plays. But I'm also thinking sort of practically what we can do to help yourself, as has happened with other landowners, where SNAs have been identified on your property. You may or may not agree with them. And one of the mechanisms that's been utilised in this process has been ground truthing. And in that instance, we can identify and say, hand on heart, that there have been instances where SNAs have either been removed or reduced and things like that. So I acknowledge the kaitiaki and the manaaki and all of those key points that you were raising, but from a practical point of view, I'm just asking, would they consider ground truthing as one of the options right now, because kōrero will take time to potentially deal with some of the concerns you have, as potentially ground truthing may assist. So again, I'm just putting it forward to you. Would the trust consider ground truthing?
I think that ground truthing this area would be necessary.
So if, after this process, we ask the council to speak to the trust and to yourself about possible ground truthing, we have a little bit of time. We aren't closing off this whole process for a bit until we've completed our decision. So there is time within this process that ground truthing could happen, a discussion could happen, and we could potentially make some recommendations in terms of the mapping of the SNAs that may be beneficial in advance of the corridor. That's all I'm saying. So is that okay if we ask council to have a conversation with yourselves about potential ground truthing?
Yes.
Now, I have a final question. Right? And I note your commentary about the new policy Echo P10 and the trust not wanting to comment on that. And again, it's a similar thing to the ground truthing. What we're managing in terms of our considerations is this balance, not only for landowners and SNAs, but also for Māori landowners and SNAs. They each have their unique quality and issue, and we have to consider that and the balance. Echo P10 is a response to the corridor, some of the corridor that's been happening and picking up on a gap. We have a objective that reflects acknowledgement of tangata whenua values, and then this policy from a planning perspective is intended to also pick up on that. I acknowledge that there will be corridor that will happen, and needs to happen. But in the absence of this policy, if we were not to include it, there's a potential gap there. So is your perspective that you just you talk about wanting meaningful consultation, but is your perspective that we not have that policy, or we leave the policy in and then you have the corridor, and then if there are changes, they can be had as part of a future plan change? Or what's your perspective in that respect? And I understand if I'm asking things that you don't want to comment on now, but I'm trying to understand from as one of the Māori groups before us, what the perspective might be of retaining it or not.
So I suppose I have to put a question back to you. And that's about what you mentioned earlier about the word minimize. So what does that mean?
Yeah, I've asked that of the planners. It's a word that's, as you've referred to, is in the MPSIB, which is yet to come into place. But there is a conversation to be had about what it actually means. And we've asked the planners to actually think about that in terms of what impact that policy will have. So I have asked that question of the planners and asked them to think about that in terms of coming back to us. So I do understand what you're saying. We don't want to make it worse, put it that way. So we don't want to create a gap or leave a gap. So do you have any thoughts on it at the moment? I admit that I'm sort of throwing this at you as a hypothetical almost.
I think with our whole submission about SNAs, ONFLs, we've thought about it at the high level, because for us it's about rights, and so we haven't looked at it at the implementation, practicality, that kind of level. But then in saying that, And if I consider the new policy, my only concern really is the word minimize and what that may mean. Otherwise, the policy looks good.
So, I mean, I had to go through it. After our Stella over here said, there is a correlation. I went and had a look, and of course, we do have objective 3, which acknowledges the relationship with Tangata Whenua, with their traditions and cultures and Indigenous flora and fauna. Yes. Like you, I'm looking for a policy that is also enabling and acknowledges the balance that has to be struck for mighty landowners and mighty land, given the historical context. So on that basis, if you think that there's a comfortableness, if we can strike that balance potentially with this policy, that it could be helpful, maybe.
Yeah, I think that, like our concern comes from that it isn't just words, that it isn't just, wordy jargon that gets put in a document somewhere, and that it isn't actually acknowledged or implemented, or there's no actual weight or intent to enact it, really. So yeah.
No, that's my only question, and I get it. So, Hilda, so I'm putting up with my ramblings, so much appreciated.
Well, thanks for putting up with mine.
Yes, instead of just no whenua rāhui land you've got, is the SNA sitting on top of that, or is they separate to that?
They're on top of them. Yep.
Okay. Just briefly, Stella, you say that you're working, or the trust is working with regional council on areas of land that should be protected. What, can you just explain that a little bit more, expand on what's happening in that area?
Yeah, so there's a couple of projects that we're working with regional council on. The Ngā Whenua Rāhui covenant that we've got on the mature stand of bush that's in the middle of the farm that I was talking about earlier, it's above a wetland. So we are wanting to remove the exotic trees that are in that wetland. We're wanting to extend the kawinata to include the wetland, and we're wanting to fence it off from stock so that the stock can't get in there anymore. And then also at the top of that bit of native bush, there's an area that's outside of the existing kawinata, and so we want to extend it to include that. That's one of the projects. There have been some bird species identified in the wetland that are, I suppose, significant, important, which were exciting for the ecologist who came out. But it also meets with our environmental plan, which is to fence off that whole stream and riparian plant it. that's one of the projects with council. The other project with council is on the other kawinata that we have, which is along the cliffs, and then the kawinata goes. Well, the cliffs at Kairako, there's they don't meet in the middle, and there's a valley up the middle. So the kawinata comes along the coast, and then it goes up the valley. And then it meets the road. And the road actually provides a really nice corridor to another valley of native bush that we have on our property, and we are working with council to get that fenced off to replant, and are looking at extending that kawinata to include that extra bit that we hope to have fenced off soon.
And
Yeah,
I know that area, visited that area one time. And is that
Yeah.
area all covered within the SNA for that coastal strip area? You know, maybe hard.
The kawinata along the cliffs includes half of the SNA, ONFL, HNCA area. And then the kawinata actually goes a bit further than the proposed designations.
Yeah, I've got the map in front of me, so I think I understand.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So the area of that we're looking to fence off is actually north of, you follow the road north, and then there's a valley.
Yeah.
And again, that it's a little creek, and it's a steep gorge, and the native vegetation within that gorge has survived through the years, and obviously we've known its value for a while, and yeah, it's a decision that we have made.
Yeah. I suppose just to wrap up the questions, anyway, from my perspective anyway, it does seem there's quite a bit of alignment in what the trust is trying to achieve versus what the district plan is trying to achieve. And again, it's unfair view, but in the last iteration of the reporting planners' recommendations for changes to the rules and policies and things, there's quite a lot of effort being gone into sort of identifying exemptions for various things, for covenants, for cultural reasons, for road and track maintenance, all sorts of things. So I think the real on the ground clash would probably be, I think the example you gave a little earlier around if you wanted, you know, housing along that coastal area. So that's where, yeah, the clash.
That's where policy P10 would be one of the factors to be considered. When over Māori. Once we sort out the word. So that's where that would come in. And as I see it, the potential for value of having it versus not having it.
Any further questions for Stella from the panel? Okay, thank you again very much, Stella, for your patience and time and hard work. And I understand you're feeling a little bit worse today rather than better. So hopefully you'll recover soon. Thank you very much. So I know our next submitters are here in person, but if we could take a 5-minute break, because some of us need a toilet stop.
Yeah.
If you might. So what's the time? It's 11:30. Maybe just a 10-minute pause. Good morning, everybody. Hearing stream number 6 has reconvened. The topic for this hearing is the mapping of significant natural areas in the proposed district plan and local matters. We are now turning to the submissions from the Lowrys and I think Mr. McGillivray. Correct. And Mr. McGillivray, you're leading the charge in terms of the presentation. So we have received and read your previously circulated material, and I see now, thank you very much, a bound copy of Bible. Oh, it's small. This is one hearing. So is there any material in here that we have not seen today?
So there's a PowerPoint presentation, Commissioner, that I'll speak to, and that's fully covered in its bound copy.
Yes.
There is some supporting documents, which I think you've seen most of it. The only supporting documents you haven't seen is a subsequent email from Mrs. Beattie. And a layman's evidence on what was done. So, but I'll refer to that as I go through. It's not substantial, but relevant.
Thank you.
So the supporting documents, which is half the Bible, is probably in your own document source. I will refer to it.
In your hands, so over to you.
So, Jess, can you start me up, please? As Mick Jagger said. Tēnā koutou katoa, I hoa mā, no Rangatautara ahu, kei Pakawhai I noho ana, e kai tohu pāmu ahu ki Egg First, or Lockie McGillivray, uhu inoa. My apologies if I've completely butchered that like I do every time. But I am Lockie McGillivray. I'm a consultant with Egg First. This is Mark Lowry, my left, and Lucy Lowry, who I am the advocate for this presentation. I'll just speak to the PowerPoint. You've got a copy of that in front of you, should you wish to go forward or back while I'm rambling on. So initially, the SNA was referred to as SNA 51 and WL 701024, and then it was changed to SNA 434, and latterly it's been referred to as S35.001. So just so that we've all got on the same page, which I think we are, this was an image showing the initial SNA designated as SNA 434. I'd just like to point out, you see on that PowerPoint a new caption with a green line pointing to an SNA to the left, to the west of the image. I'm advised that wasn't originally in the proposed SNAs, but was added to after Mr. Kessels and Mr. Shane visited the property. So where we are is in this next slide. Subsequent to the submission by the Lowrys in August last year, there was some of the designated polygons removed, 2.6 hectares in fact. leaving a remaining 17.6 hectares of SNA, and that's in that shaded green area. The issues that we would like to cover in this hearing. We wish to address the spatial accuracy and the scope of the remaining SNA polygons. We wish to raise concerns about natural justice that the Larrys have received. We wish to raise concerns and objections with regard to the overall process. And we wish to raise evidence by expert witnesses and lay people. And you've received most of that information. And what we'd offer, which you haven't seen before, is what we think is a reasonable and fair and considered solution. Prior to the Larrys engaging me in August last year, I wasn't known to them. My submission in August last year was as their representative, but was based upon my experience as an independent farm consultant in the Hawke's Bay since the mid-1980s. But I'm here today as the advocate. So this is the Larry whānau, and I know this presentation and this hearing centres on land, but it can't be done without regard to the people who live on it. They've had a very good working relationship with the Central Hawke's Bay District Council for 20-odd years. They've demonstrated a wonderful track record of wetland restoration, pest control, weed control, good animal husbandry. And when you meet them on their land, it's pretty evident that they love it with a long-term vision. Despite this long-term relationship they've had with the District Council, it's my opinion that they have not been fairly treated in this process. And it's been without regard to the emotional stress and the level of anxiety that it's caused. Under normal circumstances, the Larry would speak to this hearing. However, the level of stress and anxiety that they feel is preventing them from articulating in this forum. And so, as I say, as such, I'm their advocate. This next slide is an image, shows an image of the property boundary. There's a circle to the bottom right, which broadly covers the areas of SNA. The point of this is, under the new protocols and regulations of intensive winter grazing and cropping, the only bit of flat land that they have, which they do crop, is in this area and a little bit to the southwest of the property. It's quite heavy flats. So if we remove this cropping land from their farming activity, it will have a material effect on their ability to carry on as they are. And we submit that it's in a breach of the landowners to farm effectively and efficiently in the future. I've just said in that next slide, basically. The process that the CHB went through to identify these CNIs was, as our understanding, a farm visit, as noted on the 29th of January. For Larry's recollection, this was just before COVID. And for those of you who are local will remember that they were just starting to get into the throes of a very severe drought. To their knowledge, they had no scheduled meeting or prior notice of this potential inspection. And the inspection was limited to a U-trip down the end of a laneway. And it's my understanding that no physical inspection was done on the land. So as far as the Larrys are aware, no true ground truthing took place. No inspection of the dunes was done. No record of the existing plant species was done. Neither Mr. Kessels or Mr. Fane were able to walk a transect. And no evidence of a bitten has ever been presented or even acknowledged. The Larrys have been there for 20 years. They've had various groups going through monitoring bird activity. And in that 20 years, the bitten has never been mentioned before. And if I could add a little bit of humour, the way I understood the conversation happened in August when I met the Larrys was they got a knock on the door and it's, "Hi, I'm Jerry and John. We're from the government. We're here to help. You've got some SNAs on your property. We'd like to inspect them." And Mark or Lucy responded, "We don't know what an SNA is. We're pretty certain we haven't got any here. Try looking up the road." And the point there is the definition of an SNA and what it involved and the significance to their farming operation was not apparent at that date. And that probably impeded John and Jerry from doing the full work in terms of inspection that they might have otherwise done. As I say, we then moved into a fairly severe drought. There was a public meeting held at the Prongaho Hall, which neither Mark or Lucy attended. Mark thinks he was away on business at that time. Lucy was dealing with a young family. But more importantly, it was 7:30 at night. For those of you who farmed through a drought would know that it's pretty much like Groundhog Day. You know, you get up, work very hard, struggle to survive, rinse and repeat. And to have just one public meeting in the evening in the middle of a drought doesn't really fit in terms of proper and due consultation and participation with the Larrys. I understand the huge area and the number of significant natural areas that are in Central Hawke's Bay. And this is not a criticism of the staff at all, but really the scale of the undertaking that the commissioners to fully understand. But that doesn't negate the responsibility to communicate with the Larrys properly about what it is that has been talked about happening to their land. And they've been pretty much in the dark since then about what the implications to them are. Again, this is not a criticism of the Central Hawke's Bay staff, but really the time pressures and the sheer volume that they've been put under. Again, it's my understanding that given the limited opportunity that John and Jerry had in ground truthing the property, the SNA was pretty much developed out of an aerial photograph, an aerial image taken, and polygons were put around what that aerial image showed. Our issues with this as a process is that it lacks historical reference, and I'll come back to that soon. And it's got relatively poor geospatial resolution. So that limits accurate identification of plant species, the density, the height, and doesn't really give any clarity for bird or animal habitats. In terms of the process of ground truthing, I refer you to the review form which is in your documents. And I'm afraid I haven't got the whole documents with page numbers on, but in step C of the ranking and assessment, as you're quite familiar, there are 6 or so criteria. We would like to dispute some of those criteria. Step B says the wetlands are adjacent on the adjacent property support a population of the critically threatened bittern, which will cause the which will use the wetlands on this property. Again, it's our submission that the Larrys have never seen a bittern on their place in 20 years. For criterion 2, which in the form has been noted as yes, it's an important part of Prongaho sand, dune and wetland complex. We dispute that whole polygon that's depicted in the reformed revised SNA is all dune and all wetland. Criterion 3, again, it's got a yes there, important part of Prongaho sand, dune and wetland complex. We have expert witness that says that there's some degree of dispute around the extent of that. Criterion 4, habitat for the bittern. The Larrys are very environmentally conscious and aware, and to the extent that they've established their own wetland, which may be a great habitat for the bittern. But the area that we're talking about, and I'll get on to about how its historical use, we think is not the habitat for the bittern. And I heard Mr. Shane speak before about where the bittern feeds, and we submit that the polygons, part of the polygons that it's been shown are in actual fact dry land, covered with exotic pasture species, with some rushes in it, but probably not where the bittern feeds. Criterion 6, again, tipped as yes, and we've got evidence to the contrary of that with some of that area. So the next image here, it's here in front of you is an aerial image taken in 2011. And the resolution there is not that great, but if we just zoom in a little bit, and you can see that's the polygon area to the left, the bottom left of the screen there. And so I've just zoomed in. So this was an image taken in 2011. And for those of you who've got an eye for agricultural practices, you can see there that it's been taken for hay. I'm advised by Mark that the year 2011 was suffered a huge storm, and this was the only area that he was able to crop on his farm because it was relatively free draining. This next slide is layman's evidence from one of the contractors that Mark and Lucy use. And he states that that he cultivated that area in the autumn of 2011. And he went through a fairly mechanical exercise in doing that. And a bit of evidence that we haven't got, and it's the next slide, was from another contractor who submitted an email last night, Jacobs Contracting, and it says, to whom it may concern, Jacobs Contracting has cultivated the said land for fodder crops several times, has sown oats or baleage of good quality. The paddocks are fertile and produces a good quality feed. So just going back, so it's our submission that that land there has in actual fact been cropped regularly, and it's not necessarily all a wetland. And we submit as not a significant natural area. We, on relatively short notice, and I read Commissioner Schofield's criteria that expert witnesses need to have their scientific evidence 10 days after the production of the report. And it's pretty hard to get an ecologist, and 10 days notice is not much time. But the Lowrys were able to get Ms. Annabelle Beattie on relatively short notice, but she had very limited time. And so she visited the property on a Friday, and on the Monday was able to submit expert witness. Had she had more time, the report would have been more substantive. So she was able to walk the area. She had time to do 2 plots. And I wonder whether you can go to her evidential report, which is in the Bible I presented to you. It's got a opening memo page like that, and it's halfway through. So. You all there? So 8 pages long. Page 2 of that. I'll just, if I may, Commissioners, just highlight some relevant areas that Ms. Beattie has said. And I understand Mr. Kessels and Mr. Shane have spoken to this earlier. So my apologies if we're repeating same information. Page 2 of 8, the area, second paragraph, the area is largely dominated by exotic grasses and herbs. And then she recognises that in the past it has been successfully cropped and had baleage cut off it. There's an image there with 2 red dots, 2 areas where she's taken a plot of species there and dug a hole to get a feel of the soil. If we move on, please, to page 4 of 8. My understanding, she's used a process that was developed by Mr. Kessels in terms of identifying wetlands and significant natural areas. And in that last paragraph, Ms. Beattie says, plot 1 is confirmed as a wetland vegetation, while plot 2 is not because of the dominant species, not OBL or FACW. And there are no indicators of hydraulic or wetland hydrology. But although the native Juncus australis, subject to confirmation, is present in the western area, it is not a dominant species, and the area is not considered a wetland vegetation. I therefore agree that with the designation of this area as an SNA, but recommend the boundaries are amended, so only the wetland vegetation is incorporated. And I understand Mr. Kessels and Mr. Shane were addressing that delineation between wetlands and SNA earlier in the day. The criteria used for determining SNAs of Mr. Kessels in 2020 were applied to the area, assuming it was an indigenous and wetland vegetation. And it was her recommendation that that area needs to be reassessed against SNA determination criteria, as several, e.g. criterion 6, distinctiveness, are likely to no longer apply. Subsequent to that, we do have species identification of some of the rushes there. It's my understanding that some of it wasn't Juncus australis. There's another species that I'll give you in a couple of seconds, but potentially an indication of that it is a wetland. You might think that's contrary to the evidence that we're submitting. What we're saying, it's a complex and difficult process that can't really be done remotely. And as Mr. Kessel says, and further on in the document, in the officer's report, find it, Mr. Kessel's accepts I just can't quite place it, but I've got it written somewhere or seen somewhere that Mr. Kessel recognises that a more detailed inspection of the fauna needs to take place. I've lost that somewhere, but it is somewhere in the papers. I'll find it in a second. And that forms one of the key submissions that we're putting to you as the commissioners, that the polygons as drawn are inaccurate, and it needs a more detailed ground inspection to be completed. Yeah, where is that? Must have fallen out to me. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Yes, page 18 of the final report, points 21.6. I acknowledge that I have no specific origin. The last sentence, to validate regular use, it's called recognize in the absence of existing data will require an extensive and site-specific fauna surveys. So, you know, we're agreeing on that as far as my.
Sorry, could you just repeat the word, just finding the page?
Yeah, okay, sorry, Mr. Speaker. So it's in my.
I think I found the page, is paragraphs 21.3.
21.6.
Just before the edge.
Yep, correct.
The last part of that paragraph.
Oh, yeah, but we'll come.
Look, and we recognise that it would have been impossible to do a detailed fauna inspection across all the SNAs in the Central Hawke's Bay. But what we're saying is that this is a significant part of the farming operation. This land has been cropped in the past. Some of it has been cropped in the past. And it needs to be resurveyed and ground truth get more time. If I can jump around a bit and move back to our expert witnesses report. page 5 of her report shows an image of plot 1 and plot 2. And a note that Mr. Kessel said about my report, the photographs that I took may not have been fully representative of the sites. Certainly wasn't my intention not to be them fully representative, and I didn't take photographs of the dunes, as he said. Bear in mind, this is over a year later, and if you look at that plot 2, it is rushland with dispersed pasture species, exotic pasture species all the way through it. Plot 2 has got a higher pasture residual, but there's an awful lot of pasture in there. Mark tells me that you can drive around there in a ute or a car without any problem. And to call it a wetland would be suspect. Now, I would concur with that. Going back to a bit of area of my expertise is when I look at those holes that have been dug by Annabelle Beattie. If it was a wetland, one would see the evidence of glade soils in there, or more particularly mottled soils. So by mottled soils, what I'm meaning is quite distinctive to the eye. They are sort of an orangey speckle. What happens is that the iron congregates into clusters, and in that wet environment, it's rusty, and so it has that rusty colour. And that's a sign of water being present regularly. And sometimes you see a gley in the soil as well. So when I look at those plots, I don't see any mottling at all. And when I look at those soils, it tells me they are of a sandy type structure, and that is why areas are able to cultivate it when all other ground was extremely wet, especially in that year 2011.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Because I'm not an expert in this field, but does glaying and mottling occur in sandy kind of situations as opposed to normal soil situations? I just want to.
Certainly you don't necessarily get the glaying in the sandy soils. Although I would think if it was consistently wet, you would see some evidence of mottling, but not necessarily so.
Annabelle Beattie definitely said that did not resemble wetland because it would have I thought it was a milky. Taken in the wet areas of what is supposed to be the wettest year in 44 years at the back of it. So, it's some of the only country I can get onto. But,
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, don't. I think it's really relevant. Absolutely. So the key points we're making from our witness is she also mentions in the last paragraph of her submission, so that's page 7 or 8, and in the paragraph above, she did actually walk through the dunes, noticed that there were numerous pasture species present, as well as marram grass. She also acknowledged or recognised that there was some invasive weed species in there as well. Parts of that did meet criterion 5 in terms of it is a ecosystem, but what we're suggesting is again the boundaries of that need to be redefined. In that last paragraph, Mrs. Betty says, the ECNA designation are better articulated. She recommends that the implications of the ECNA designation are better articulated to the Larrys and other affected landowners. And she acknowledges that the Larrys system of farming has allowed Indigenous species to remain present, and that the Larrys are undertaking multiple activities, wetland restoration, rat control, pest and plant control to protect these areas. She believes they need more certainty with the existing farm use, as articulated in section 42. And she, along with us, believes that the council should recognise the need to have more balance in terms of managing Indigenous biodiversity while allowing for rural landowners to farm their land effectively and efficiently. This is an image of what we call the dune country. And the boundary that has been done for the SNAs really just followed a fence line and not necessarily where the dunes actively are. Mark informs me that it's a continual fight to keep out prickly pear, Bathurst burr, pink radwort and nettle. And without their intervention, that these weeds would take control of this whole area. The current practice is an extensive grazing that's very light and quite intermittent in this particular paddock, and we're submitting an extra that hasn't been detrimental to the dunes at all, and in actual fact beneficial in terms of having this vigilance and keeping out weed pests. We received a further email from Annabelle, Ms. Beatty, in which the species that she thought was Juncus australis has been is in fact Cincinnati dorsa, and it just goes to show how difficult it is to identify the species. And her recommendation in this email is, given that I misidentified a few of these plants and I only had time to do 2 plots, it would be potentially beneficial to do a more extensive survey for increased certainty of the wetland extent. She also made a verbal comment to me that the areas surveyed are unlikely to be a habitat for the bittern. So there seems to be some vagueness about where the bittern habitat might exist, if at all, on the Larry land. So to summarise, and thank you for your time, we believe that the designated land as an SNA will have a material impact on the Larry farming operations, its effectiveness and its efficiency, and it is somewhat contra to the CHB's statement of having balance. We believe that the process to identify SNA lacks the scientific robustness required when there's such a material impact on their property. Consequently, we disagree with the extent and some of the assessments of the SNA criteria. And we believe that the process to consult and have the Larrys participate was flawed. And we do offer alternatives. So in front of you is an alternate series of polygons which the Larrys submit would meet the SNA criteria. This is an area of 12.2 hectares, and the Larrys would undertake to fence off these zones and remove them permanently from livestock and maintain a pest and weed control. This is the last slide before we open for questions and discussion. So we're asking that the commission, and I'm not too certain of your powers, but given my belief that you can move heaven and earth, we ask that you submit the evidence that we've got and accept the revised polygons, or at the very least, meet with Mark and Lucy on their property to walk the land and discuss it with them. I found them very hospitable people. You only have to walk into their home before a cup of tea is put in your hand and there's food on the table. Asking them to speak in a public hall or forum is not where they are. They have a huge degree of mana and confidence on their own land, and would only be appropriate to meet with them and discuss with them on their own farm and listen to their story and understand why they're suggesting the polygons where they lie. At the very least, if the commission weren't wanting to go with that suggestion, which I think is natural justice, to involve them in the discussion, then at the very least, then the polygons need to be reassessed in detail with a bit of scientific robustness and a full ground truthing done by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, or indeed by Mr. Kessels and Mr. Shane, if they had more time. But we note that only further delays and restricts the abilities to carry on farming as they had. And so really, we would like to push that first offer is to accept the polygons as Mark and Lucy have articulated, and or meet them for a cup of tea on their farm. So we open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you. I understand the hearing process can be pretty daunting for many people who have never been involved, or even those who have been involved. Can be. Just one thing before I turn to the panel to ask for any questions is, we're in a difficult position. So if we decided to do a site visit, we either open up that visit to officers as well, to attend as well. So in terms of natural justice, we can't be there and then have another presentation to us, if you know what I mean. So if we did a site visit on our own kind of thing, with some instruction where to go, or the full in terms of attendance, attendees, let's say. So this is a comment at the moment. Yep. Okay. I'll just turn to the panel.
Not at the moment.
That is fine.
Just one clarification, did you get a letter from the council back in 2019 or 18 when it first came out? Expressing that you may have an SNA on your properties?
Way back, I did get a letter saying that there possibly was an SNA. I think I did get, I'm not sure, I don't know if I did actually, but what I did know was there was 7 working days before the public meeting. At the time, things have been a bit tough. I've had a second job, being the director of 100,000 stock units, as well as running 1,700 acres myself, in charge of all the staff. Look, I didn't have I had kids at boarding school. I wanted to watch sport. I did not have time for a public meeting. We were in a massive drought. You know, things have just, I did not have time to drop. At the time, I was interviewing a manager in Mangamahu from 8,500 acres. I had 20 interviews that week. I could not get there, I had to come back and work on 1,700 acres in between.
As a farmer or ex-farmer, I fully understand what you're saying. I'm not asking for an excuse, and I get what you're saying. I was just making sure that the council had done their job and given you, at least got the letter there, so you hadn't been missed out.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Mr. Aiken, I mean, it was acknowledged that they didn't attend the meeting. How difficult would it have been for somebody to have given them a ring and say, Mark and Lucy, are you aware of the significance of an SNA on your farm? I mean, isn't that what you'd expect in a relationship that you've had for 20 years?
Can't answer that question.
No, I'm not after an exact answer, but that's how they're feeling as though they've been bulldozed, you know, and overwhelmed by this, and it has a material impact on their farm. So the first care of duty is to consult and have them participate in the process. And then I think we could have actually got to a situation quicker. At the very least.
Say something about,
Yes,
yeah,
of course, Lucy.
you know, getting these letters in the mail, it's like emails are now. You know, you get so many of them, you don't actually know what is, we didn't really understand I guess the importance of it. Of, you know, you just got a letter. But yeah, as Lockie said, you know, if we had a phone call, and understood, you know, how serious the implications were going to be, then, you know, we would have definitely gone to them, you know, tried to
And look,
send someone to the meeting.
there's a bit of frustration that a neighbour, and I don't know whether we should say his name, up the road, he gave it the councillor a phone call and had his SNA removed.
I had, I had a neighbour call to talk about SNAs, telling me that I needed to get on with it, it wasn't going to go away, and that's when we started. Gary came not long after that. He told me it wasn't going to go away. Now those guys had a heck of a lot on both sides of me, have had a heck of a lot of land just removed from hearsay right at the start. They went to the hearing, they knew all that. Their land is no different than what I am farming today. I didn't do anything with my land. About my land, we were just going through purchasing the farm of my family at the time, right as all this was taking place. So fighting with the family at the same time, as the council stuff just went out the door. I'm sorry, it just it didn't.
Because I'm not criticising you guys at all, and I'm not even judging you for not. I'm just making sure that the council did one of the steps that we agreed to as a council. Only one of the steps. So it's obviously an area that we, as a council, we may and should do better.
And just based on what Mark has said, I would like, and I'm not sure of the process of this, I would like to know the neighbour and the SNA that was removed. Or even just the SNA that was removed that is the same as your.
Both Scott Hunter and Mike Gordon have both had theirs made smaller.
And are they more the June one or the?
No, the wetland
one? And are they either side of the, you know, what we're seeing on the maps? And in your opinion,
the original stuff.
in your opinion, I would say, because
Since it's all started.
your opinion, it's the same. Yeah. And
all one farm.
okay, and not removed, made smaller.
Pardon?
They weren't removed, they were made smaller, is that?
Yeah, they were put where the wetlands are and that type of thing, yeah. They worked with them and they just Yeah, 100%, and yeah, they just worked with whoever they were working with and came to an agreement. It was easy.
So one more question, they worked with them. So the farmers worked with them,
Everyone, whoever-
farmers worked with who?
They worked and they've all come out very happy with it, yeah.
With council?
Yes.
Like my information.
So that sounds like they asked for ground truthing, the ground truthing occurred. Is that what, when you say them?
So it wasn't truthing, like, it's more hearsay. I don't know who went over their property. It's not my business to ask any of that or comment on
When
that.
you refer to them, they worked with them, it sounds like.
Well, I don't know if they worked with Gary and
Jerry.
John or who was in the process. I have no idea. Like, I don't get into people's personal business at all. This was just a meeting where my neighbour came side of the road and told me that I needed to get on with it, and this is what they were doing.
Just might help.
What they'd
So
done.
it sounds like you'd be open to ground truthing now.
What did she say? Sorry.
Yeah, we're going to ground truthing, and that's part of our submission.
If that's necessary.
Just to clarify, there is a part that you crop every day. And I see that that's the bit that you want to take out. But when you provided the overlay of the new SNA, there's quite considerably more that you're suggesting you want removed as well. Is that other bits that you use for cropping? Because you only gave example of sort of one paddock that you used cropping.
We cropped all of it, I think.
We can go back
if
to
that's
the
what you-
PowerPoint.
So, yeah, what I'm thinking, on my polygons basically is, look, I love wetlands, and if slowly doing it as I can afford it. Time's been tough the last few years. It has been my dream. That's why I put in the one on the southern side. It's already connecting to one I've built there. And figured out then it's habitat for birds and wildlife, and yeah, it helps both of us. You know, I can crop, that helps get a wetland, and yeah, we carry on. That also, what it does is pushes instead of having a significant land area in the middle of a paddock, it pushes it to the edges so I can work around it. So I can still continue to do my day-to-day business, which is very important to me.
So the area where you zoomed in, Lockie, was that the bottom left, was it?
Yeah, it's just got a,
Yeah, so the southern end.
is it got a, yeah, so that, no, it's not showing. Can I show you, behind you? That's okay. So the area I zoomed in on was this area here.
Oh, okay, up there.
So that area there was all removed. Okay, so what we're saying is this area here has been regularly cropped. Basically. And this area in here, Mark, there's no dunes to the south of that track. And this area here is flat land and with quite a lot of exotic pasture species that it just puts cattle in through just to whip off the top, remove the fire risk, but they don't really go onto the Murrum grass. And what we're saying is the impact that it has is actually beneficial in some respects. But again, if they did fence that off from stock, that would be a positive thing for any potential terrestrial activity that happens in there.
No, you asked the question.
Just on that, while we're there, and I'll hand back to Commissioner Loveland. So that map there that you approved, it kind of differs from the plan, the recommendations from
Does.
Susie?
Yes, it does.
Quite substantially, although she doesn't go down to the coast. And
Yeah.
We went with her when she done that.
Sorry?
We went with her when she done that.
Oh, okay.
And it's just making something that actually works for both of us. You know, wetland and I can farm. And it's just coming right into the middle of a paddock. It's just insane. It sort of makes it impossible for me to go around my day-to-day business.
Can you just describe what those three things are, what they're covering? The sort of
The rings that are there. Yeah, yeah, so in Ron and Gary's photo, if you have a look at one in the bridge, I don't know what photos that's on, that is the middle area. You see it in their photos, I don't know what page that's on.
Yellow plot in the middle yellow plot.
Yeah. You can see that area.
Yeah.
It's in their photos.
and that's mainly wet.
And look, it's a drain and rushes and you know, it's more suited to a wetland. The polygon on the southern side, left, whatever, that in the original, when the guys came out, that was not there. And I offered that in my wetland just to the left, which you can't actually see. It ends up that the wetland that I've dug is possibly in the neighbours, so they couldn't take that one. Yeah, so, and it's been my dream to dig that part on the left anyway, to continue. I release birds in there, continue what I do. And at the northern end, there's a square we put in there that is possibly the wettest part of it. And you can see that in the cultivation area, it's where there's a drain there. And if I dug that, it drains my paddock and causes and fenced it off. It gives us a wetland for the habitat for the birds, and we both win.
Right, and it aligns with your family as well.
Yes.
I just fence it off, and that's why I've gone down one end, so it's not trying to crop all around. There's that land lies, some of it's sand, some of it's river silt. It's a mix. It's sort of
Thank you.
just fair.
That's my question.
So that was the clarification mainly I was seeking out of that. Just as you referred to the last paragraphs in Annabelle Beatty's report.
Yep.
Saying the Lowrys, she's saying the Lowrys are undertaking multiple activities with and restoration. I was just going to ask around what those activities were and things. I think you've just indicated one patch there.
Go back to that.
Sorry, Chessie.
I didn't actually hear the question.
Yeah.
I forgot my hearing aids.
Yeah. So they're saying that you've done some wetland restoration. So I wonder if you can show whereabouts that is.
Oh, I'd love to bring it up on my drone, but drone thing on
Even
my
if you
phone.
walk
But
up there and just show.
You to bring it up.
I've got one on the drone, but just, I don't know if you can zoom it, but all the wet stuff you can actually see here, and that and all that is what I've done in the drones through here. So it's you can see it goes out there and
Some of that's on the neighbour's property, right?
it's actually not, but the way it's mapped, in my belief, it's not. But the way it's mapped here, it is. So
Yeah.
so what's it's
Yeah.
to make it simple, so we
Give it, take a little.
with what I offered, we gave this part here, said we'd do that, because I've been wanting to do that anyway. It's the bottom part, it's where water sits, all the rest is sand dunes, sand.
And Annabelle said it could be a habitat for the bittern in the future. That's what she indicated to me.
Yeah. one thing. Right, yeah, I'm prepared to make habitat. I release birds, I'm passionate, I don't shoot on that area. And I released 120 birds 2 years ago and 80 last year, you know. I am passionate about birds. So,
And just one final question from me is that ignorant planner, the dune country there showing on the screen where you suggest you would protect the seaward side of that, the most seaward side. The rest of that, you say graze, how important is that area to the farming operation as a grazing unit?
Well, it's very important in the respect of weed control. It's very important in the pest control. When I first got to the farm, we got an outbreak of lepto. I lost 86 calves and 580 wet sheep, wet dry sheep. They all lost their lambs, that means before they're born, because of rats and lepto. We went through 120 kilos of bait in that sand dune country and it was still going. It's very important that we keep that habitat away. Otherwise it's a danger to people, it's a danger to, I've had lepto twice myself. It's a danger to my stock or my profitability. And the actual sand dune part, the hill part, we don't put stock on. It's a lot clearer. There's no animals living there. But yeah, the flat part is yeah, it needs controlling. So to answer your question, yeah, it's I can graze 60 cattle out there for 30 days or 30 for 60 days. Very lightly in the winter, saving my hills, and stops the fire in the summer. I'd graze it now very shortly and stops the fire of burning all the way to Blackhead Lighthouse and all the way to Pronga How. So yeah, it means a lot to me.
Any further questions?
Kind of a process one, maybe
Yeah,
like
you know.
if we were to accept your revised polygons, they would still need to be ground truth. Yeah. No, that's all. I was asking the question in my own head.
And perhaps I can,
So if they accept polygons, they still need to be ground truth, so they still need something from the last.
yeah, and probably I can follow on from my conversation you probably heard with the previous submitter. Sorry, yeah. I also have to talk louder to that thing. You probably heard us talking to the previous submitter as well. We have a window for ground truthing. It doesn't end today in terms of things. We have a window until we close off our decisions. So there's some time here. And we advocate quite strongly, if possible, to allow for ground truthing. I take your point about Scott Hunter, and he's actually mentioned in the report. And what he did was he dealt with the council and he got it ground truth. And that's how his SNA, the SNA on his land was dealt with. So we would strongly recommend that as part of this process. And so we have some, some more detail for ourselves in terms of what we choose to make a decision on. It would be helpful if we could And if you could agree to engaging with the council about looking at ground truthing done so that we have that information to hand. We make our decision. So as with the submitted before, it was really helpful. You could do that. And we strongly advocate it. Sorry.
I should have bought the hearing aids.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and we will ask the council to contact you and organise appropriate.
Can I ask commissioners, when they do that, if they could also take the time to talk about the implications of an SNA on their farm and what that actually means as well? Just that one-on-one conversation.
Yeah, and I would, on that point, I would flag that the reporting planners have amended the policies and rules somewhat after hearing submissions on the first hearing, wasn't the first hearing. So they have slightly changed since the notified plan.
And we have had submissions similar to your own as well, so we've heard as well. There's no thing that we haven't. We take that into consideration when we.
Okay.
Just one other question, if I may, probably directed to Lockie. How did you, you used Ms. Beattie as your expert witness. How did you find her? What drew you to use her as your ecologist, and what?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had such a short frame time and Labour weekend was chucked in the middle of that too. I know someone who works for the regional council, so I rang her and said, have you got somebody? Because, can you suggest an ecologist to me that could come out and at short notice and do some transects for us? And so yes, she put me on to Annabelle.
Do you know if she works as a, whatever it was, ecologist
Terrestrial ecology.
for the regional council?
She does.
Annabelle does, yes.
Did she come out in a regional council vehicle with her regional council hat on?
Yes.
And just following up, was she unavailable today to do it? Because we did have some response from Jerry and John this morning in response to her assessment. So unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to hear that. She could see the recording. There'll be a recording of this online. But
My recollection, she was busy, but I didn't specifically twist her arm to say, we need you here.
any further questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for your time. And as I said, I do appreciate this is quite an intimidating environment coming to here. So hopefully you haven't had to do hard work. And we have listened, as Loretta said, we have listened and we'll go away and think very hard. And so we'll probably adjourn for the lunch break at the moment. And thank you again for attending in person. It's always much better in person than online.
When would they expect to hear something from? So maybe getting a ground truth done or just the process from here?
Well, we'll be hearing a response from the officers at the end of today's hearing, which is sort of mid-afternoon. So we might get an indication of their thinking around that. Yeah, and depending on what they say and depending on what we say, we will issue a minute after the hearing to give any directions as needed. But as Commissioner Lovell said, our time, we do have a window. Our last hearing, as I said, is mid-December. And after that, we go away and squirrel away for deliberations for the next few months. But the window is very tight in terms of getting anything done before we kind of wrap up the hearing process. In terms of what happens after this is normally we will get a written right of reply from the reporting planners after a verbal response at the hearing. And from then we will go onwards to deliberate. So as you can see, that doesn't give them much time frame for anything else. So if you're flexible and willing, then that would help significantly. In terms of any ground truthing or anything like that.
So any ground truth would have to be done before you go away for your deliberations.
Basically, yes, and ideally before the right of reply is provided as well, because then we find out what the and
In
what.
your view, who would be the best people to do? Would it be Mr. Kessels and Mr. Shane again, or would you? Who would do that?
We would lean on the council advisors, but we would anticipate it would be Mr. Kessels again because of a level of consistency in terms of assessing and advice. So we would expect him to be doing any ground truth.
Do you think it'd be fairer to have someone independent that's not been involved in the whole thing?
Well, so in that regard, you've employed as what's her name? Betty, sorry, as a separate person to sort of review and provide her own advice. So there's a certain level of input in there to respond to. I don't think at this point in time we need to. Mr. Kessels has been doing this for a very long time around the place.
I think Mr. Kessel's actually made the comment this morning that there's not a lot of air between Mr. Beattie and his opinion.
And he was also really good about that as well. So
And we have heard you today.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll adjourn the hearing for lunch and resume at what time did we say? 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hearing stream 6 has been reconvened for the afternoon. Just to remind everybody to have their phones on off or silent, please, during the hearing. And if you do come in online, which I don't think, use your camera if you're online. When you're talking to us, this. Before us, we have Ellen Rowbottom. And who else do you have on either side?
So this is Paul Rowbottom, no relation from Lena.
Different spelling.
Yeah, different spelling, and Chris Hardy. Unfortunately, Gary Leslie couldn't be here today on behalf of submitted 92 Pairatahi Holdings. But I'll read his submission out for him.
Okay, and we have read all the pre-circulated information, so basically the floor is yours for the next wee while.
Okay, brilliant. Well, so as set out in my evidence that I pre-circulated, I'm providing expert planning evidence on behalf of the matters 52, 68 and 92. And as I've just said, Gary Leslie is unfortunately not here on behalf of submitted 92, but I'll read his slightly amended submission out on his behalf. I've circulated 10 copies of that. Appendices 1 and 2 haven't been amended, so I didn't bother reprinting those out. But before I continue, I would just like to correct an error in the evidence that I submitted. In my evidence, figures 2 and 3 should actually refer to SNA 27, which is the Waipawa River. I incorrectly referenced SNA 118, which is the Tukitoki River. And so there's a number of paragraphs which should also reference SNA 27, which is the Waipawa River, as well as SNA 118, the Tukitoki River. And I've set out those paragraphs and how that reference should be amended in my speaking notes.
Does that apply to figure 4? Oh, sorry.
No, figure 4 is the topic. Yeah, so as all our submissions have been read, I guess I'd like to seek the chair and the panel's direction on how you'd like to proceed. Would you like each of us to review our prepared summaries, or would you prefer for us just to look into questions?
If it's possible, I would prefer you to just talk to your summaries, any key points. I mean, just focus on that. And your statement of evidence, we have definitely read. Right, so you could probably, if you can, just having a look here. Just start with paragraph 15, just sort of, if you can, just sort of point it in the key. Sort of, just to bring everybody up to that.
Yes, yep. So in summary, my clients have all requested that all the SNAs on their properties are removed, and Mr. Kessels and the Section 42A reporting officer have recommended that a number of those areas that were identified in their submissions are removed or reduced. Often, I mean, the reasons are summarised in my evidence, and they relate to basically Mr. Kessels agreeing that the areas are of low or no biodiversity value. And so I support that recommendation. And I support, I also recommend that further areas of SNA are removed from my clients' properties on the basis that they also have little or no biodiversity values associated with them. And I submitted a number of photos, and I submitted some additional photos last week, indicating where those areas are in some kind of case studies, I guess, of the type of vegetation that's present in those areas, and how those are similar in the areas where that I recommend to be also reduced, that are similar to the areas that the Section 42A report are removed. And my main reasons for this is that I think it makes the plan more efficient and effective by making sure that the net areas are the areas that are controlled by the rules. I think it's ineffective and a bit inefficient to have rules which are essentially exempting areas from the SNA layer. While we have the opportunity, we may as well just remove them from the SNA layer anyway.
Can I also ask, could you just take us through these photographs?
In my evidence or submitted on Thursday last week?
Well, in your evidence in the instance.
Okay.
I just might bring up my map of these SNA so that we following them graphically. So why part? Our councillor commissioners will be very familiar with this. These, yeah. Okay, if you. They got the same number as the GIS mapping. They're talking about 209, 150. Sorry.
If we scroll through.
Yeah.
This, and then I can match them to the photos I included in my evidence.
Okay.
So the figure on the right is, I included this as figure 1 in my evidence.
Right.
And so this, that hill, that brown hill in the middle of the image is SNA, part of SNA 119. And so that's that little triangle that the Tuki River is circling around it, and 119 is that little triangle in the red circle. The hill face behind it is SNA 1, or part of SNA 1 that's recommended for removal by Mr. Kessel. And so the purpose of this image is to demonstrate that the vegetation in SNA 119 is similarly degraded as the vegetation recommended for removal in SNA 1. Both areas have been sprayed such that there's really low and almost no indigenous vegetation species really viable in that area. And in Mr. Leslie's appendix 2, he's written a report where he's considered the size of the vegetation present there and done an assessment against the criteria set out in the film. And in general, Mr. Leslie is also supportive of the section 42A's recommendations to remove part of or SNAs from his property, and he requests that this further area is also removed. The next page down is an image of SNA 123. And so this photo is just confirming and supporting the section 42A report recommendation. So yeah, on the image I took on my site visit in August this year, and yeah, there's just really nothing there anymore. It's grass. And then the next image down. So I took the photo from the top of the ridge between the kind of V-shaped SNA to the right, and then looking over the ridge towards that other area of SNA that's recommended to be removed. So again, this image is just included to demonstrate why we support it being removed from the SNA layer. So moving on to Paul's Farm. So the Waipawa River, which is SNA 27, shown as figures 2 and 3 in my report, flow through Paul's Farm. But this first image is from at the top of Paul's Farm up in the kind of towards the Ruahine Ranges. And I've tried to highlight here and give some indication of where each of the SNAs are in relation to this picture. It's a bit hard to, Paul and I went through a few times trying to figure out which part was actually which. But yeah, so the next image down, I've taken a screen grab from the district plan because the screen grab from Mr. Kessel's report didn't quite show, I wasn't able to show where I took the photo from. So this, where the star is where I took the photo from on Paul's Farm, looking north towards SNA 1 and SNA 36. And you can't quite see SNA 34 because it's behind the ridge. And the intent of this photo is to show that the area of SNA 1, which is recommended for removal, appears to be very similar vegetation as the rest of that ridge line closer to Paul's property, which is it's DOC covenanted land. And so it seems consistent to remove the areas of similar vegetation if Mr. Kessel's considered that it had low or low biodiversity value such that it should be in SNA. It stands to reason that other areas of similar vegetation should also not be SNAs. And so Paul's Farm, this is a similar screen grab from Mr. Kessel's report, which so Gary's Mr. Leslie's property is to the bottom of the white line to the bottom of that diagonal, and Paul's property is to the north. And that area sort of in the middle of SNA 1, 2, 3, you can see how on Paul's side of the property boundary line, most of that SNA has been removed except for that part in the middle. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get a photo of it for the presentation, but that vegetation that's been left is essentially the same as the rest of the vegetation which has been proposed to be removed. So again, on the grounds that Mr. Kessel recommended that that type of vegetation be removed, I consider that it would be consistent to remove the rest of that SNA on the same basis. And so this is showing the Waipawa River, which is SNA 27. And Waipawa River and the Tukituki River are similar in the sense that the whole extent of the rivers have been identified as graded habitat, which is considered rare ecosystem type in the North Island. But the photos demonstrate that actually, in a lot of cases, these riverbeds are really overgrown, and with a lot of exotic woody species, such as shown here, where there's a lot of willows in the overgrown pool. Actually has some second generation plantation pine in that area. And the concern is that with potential for future regulation creep, that if this, non-Indigenous areas of vegetation are included in SNAs, there's potential that it becomes assumed that it's providing a habitat for Indigenous fauna, even though there's actually very little or no evidence that it's providing that sort of habitat. And then Paul or other landowners are restricted from being able to fell these trees and use these areas of vegetation for the intended purpose that it was planted for. And yeah, in general, the Tukituki is similar in the sense that it's, yeah, I don't know, I don't want to step beyond my profession as a planner, but from a layperson perspective, this doesn't look like braided river habitat. This looks like willow, woody, exotic vegetation habitat. And I question whether it's appropriate to have rules which potentially could constrain vegetation clearance in this area, where one could argue that vegetation clearance is actually required. So the next few slides down are all examples of SNA 27, which is the Waipawa River, which, yeah, to show how overgrown it is. And then the third set of photos is from Chris's property. So SNA 199, this is that area just north of Tukituki Road, which Mr. Kessel's in the section 42A report has recommended for removal. As you can see from the photo on the left, it's well grazed grass underneath. This is essentially a holding paddock for stock. And Mr. Kessel's agreed with Chris's submission that the area should be removed. And same with the next page down, which is 141. So it's showing that this part of the riverbed is actually grazed paddock. And so in Chris's submission and in my evidence, I recommend that further areas of SNAs on Chris's property are also removed. So these photos on the left have been taken from where that red star is, just right on the edge of that map. And you can see that there's an existing farm track through there. And a lot of the vegetation in that area is pine and sort of blackberry bramble that's on quite a steep cliff. And to a layperson does not appear to be Indigenous or does not appear to hold Indigenous biodiversity values. And same SNA 41 further to the left. You can see that this area is also, it's Tōtara stand, but it's largely grazed underneath. It's not fenced, so stock had free access under that area. There's no penetrative growth. The reason Chris has let this Tōtara stand stay there is for its amenity and stock sheltering purposes. And the last image is again of the Tukituki River, which I've already talked about above, but as you can see, a lot of the riverbed is well overgrown with woody exotic vegetation. And yeah, that's the end of my submission, or that's the end of that presentation.
Anybody else speaking? I'm just trying to think whether we stop for questions now or whether we wait till we hear from all of you.
Yeah. Would either of you like to add some points from the submission?
You want us to highlight
Yeah. If you
our
can,
main,
if you can. Were you
just the main things in our submission probably that. My main one was that SNA 27. Waipawa River. As Ellen was saying, yeah, it's mostly just all blackberry and willow trees. There's nothing in there. And the top thing with that was that pine tree block I've got in there, so I can't see why they've just cut the block. It's not a very big block, but they've just put a line right through the middle, and it's basically the same either side of the line. And from the photo there, it's just exotic pine trees and blackberry pretty much. So that was one of my main concerns with that part.
Oh, yes.
In my original submission, I've got an ONF on my property against the Ruahine Ranges, which I that I don't have a photo of that, but there was a photo of that in my submission from the map council's mapping system. It's the boundary line with the forest park is not necessarily the boundary. There is fence lines there which are way different than what the boundary line that you see. And yeah, the outstanding natural feature is just an overflow from the Ruahine Forest Park boundary, and you can't really see it from any. It's goes from the top of a hill down to a grass. It's a fully grazed paddock fenced, and there's
Paddock.
it's a paddock. Yeah. It's just a face of a gully that goes down to a creek, and it stops at the bottom there. So I don't know why that's been included as part of the ONF for the Ruahine Ranges. So you can't see it anyway. So
I'll just stop you there because the scope of our hearings related to SNA is
okay.
today. We have had a hearing on that, but your submission has been.
Is there a hearing for that later on? Is there? Or?
The hearings for that were earlier this year.
Oh, okay.
But we have read your submissions on that.
Okay.
So it has been taken on board.
I would like to point out that in the section 42A report, the officer acknowledged that Paul's submission hadn't been logged correctly.
Right.
So it had been logged against the ONS submissions.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, I've never seen that.
So I can't recall.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. Can you just give us a moment while we review that?
I wrote it down, but I can't find it.
We're all struggling to find that bit in the report. Can we have some guidance
I think it might be under section 5.3,
of which report? these?
the SNA report.
Say the number again.
I think it might be 5.3 paragraphs 42 to 48.
Pages in.
5.3.4.
Oh, yeah. Yep, yeah.
7.3.
Yeah.
We're now.
Hmm.
That's 46.
Can I just ask the reporting officers? Without Mr. Hudson being here to hear or ask questions, I'm not sure quite how we can. What's our best to approach this? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, well, please do, go ahead. So. If you give us a moment to go to the map, so. Yeah, that real. The ONF that will.
If so.
No, it's 5.3. There's a bit on that.
That number.
Street.
What road is it?
In your extension road.
An old issue.
I'm IT next. So I'm
Start at the ticker.
looking at whoever's gonna find it.
Paper road that goes right to the forest park, so right at the end of that's where it is.
Right.
Is it?
Or it's CCNA 1, which is
Oh.
Nice long one.
yeah, no, you can find it easy.
Just a Rohini.
Yeah.
I think you actually can see it on, if you scroll to SNA 1, I think it's right there.
Yeah, it is there actually, yeah.
It's a
Bottom
bit
left
hard
corner.
to see, but very bottom left corner of that screen grab, there's a green overlay
There.
with a green hashed overlay. That's it, yeah, so you can see it's covering.
Where the mouse is.
Yeah, just south. Yeah,
There.
yeah, so I think the ONF is over all the SNA 1 and
Yeah.
plus, can't remember the extent, but plus that paddock area.
So above that, pretty much down the middle of that cliff, the right hand side's my property. The left side of that's Forest Park. Well, yeah. That line's pretty much the creek.
Right.
And then, yeah, you can sort of see where there's a shaly cliff face, which is the Forest Park.
Yeah.
And our properties on the top of that, down to the bottom.
So is it all of the area that sort of looks like pasture or?
Yeah, that's all pasture there, yeah.
And are you saying that it's out of sight, basically?
Well, yeah, that's going down into a gully, so you can't even really see it.
So your concerns with it being in ONL or in
Only.
But it says in the 5.3.44 it's not.
Yeah, I've written down ONL as well.
Yeah, there's ONL, yeah.
So your concerns are with it being an ONL are what that you.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the regulations, the rules are. I know it's pretty much, it doesn't restrict you in anything unless you want to put a building. You can't get there to not going to build anything there anyway, but.
It's just the labelling.
Just the labelling of it on private land, pretty much, yeah. Whether it needs to be there, so.
Thank you. Okay. Chris?
Well, I assume you guys have read our.
Yep.
Thing, so you probably understand I'm talking about my farm and one of the main things is that absolute disgrace under council management is just that every week you can think of all those lupins, blackberry, broom, toot, wonga, pine trees, and we bounded that, and the ECNA comes from that into our farm, so that we've had to control the encroaching weeds and vegetation from the river of our farm, and we've preserved all those, you know, that lovely trees, the touch trees and everything on our farm. So various reasons, whether it's related control or shade shelter, conservation, and we've added to it with fenced areas, with planted areas, with yeah, we've tried to improve the place, and we actually paid for it too. And I just think to someone telling us what we can and can't do with it. I know you say rules won't change, but over time they will. Inflation creep. So I think we're the best guardians of it. Also, at some stage we might want to build a house overlooking the river in some of the area that we've set aside and kept, and we graze it to keep the things out. And I just think we're the best guardians of it, and that's why it's there. Most people probably would have leveled some of it, not by the river probably, but stuff with, well, actually there's some of the stuff I'm talking about has actually been taken out, and that's my main angle is that we have worked hard to preserve it, and it's beautiful, and we should be controlling it, because see what's happened to the river. It's an absolute disgrace. Before it was an open braid river, like it probably was a braid river. We can't even get down there without putting a track through with the digger now. And we're not allowed to do that because it's regional councils have to pay them to do it. But it's an absolute disgrace. It's sort of my angle, so thank you for listening to me.
That's right. Can I just ask an ignorant, non-ecological issue? I mean, can you accept that remnant totara forest is fairly rare in the district these days?
You mean the stands of
The stands,
people
yeah.
last to totaras, excuse the language, but you know, your farm was covered them, wasn't it?
Why are they back
I
again?
don't know. I don't know whether they're not pruned. They're just lots of leaves coming off them, messy sort of trees. Yeah, is that correct, Tim?
Yeah. Yeah, a good poach has got a straight trunk,
Yeah,
long way,
and we're in,
all over the place.
and we have got some beautiful straight touches that will never be touched. No one would ever touch them because that's what they are. But yeah, but I don't say it's rare in that altitude, but pretty much goes from right along the ranges. That altitude, I think, from what I was saying. Yeah.
Not pretty much from Smedley, Guavas all the way along Ashley Clinton. Picker, it's all that country's dotted with pictures.
Okay, can I ask Helen a couple of questions and we'll hand it over to the panel? In terms of the trimming and clearance exemptions. I can think I've lost the evidence. You just spoke to it as well. You're saying that the council should sort of apply those exemptions to exclude them from in a schedule.
Yes.
I'll just ask how, because there would be devil in the detail and there'll be a lot of detail in trying to identify those exemptions.
Well, I guess it comes down to whether you spend the cost or do the devil in the detail now or at implementation. And I consider it more effective to do it now. Because I can just see it getting quite messy when it comes to the implementation, where it becomes, you know, where for using Paul's Pine, for example, where should he go and cut that down? And then when the council, I don't know, refreshes their GIS or something and see that he's cut down this bunch of trees, which is essentially an SNA, and according to the criteria and the criteria indicated by central government, potentially could have been providing Indigenous fauna habitat. Doesn't necessarily have to be an Indigenous vegetation to be an SNA. It could be exotic vegetation that's providing habitat for Indigenous fauna. Then a cost applies to Paul at that point to somehow retrospectively show that actually it never should have been an SNA in the first place and it wasn't providing any biodiversity values.
That's a big question. So any questions from the panel?
Ground truthing, see, there has been some amendments made to the SNAs. Was that done through ground truthing and just through a
Are you talking about the section 42A report amendments or?
so how was that?
My understanding from the description in the section 42A report is that Mr. Kessel's reviewed more updated camping layers. I don't understand.
So this wasn't requested through a ground truth. A site visit.
No, there's been no site
see.
visits. What apart from my site visit?
So is a site visit something you'd be open to?
No, it's explained before they have a look.
Yeah. It was something that was offered at the time when you first got notified of the SNA, possible SNAs on your property.
No, I've never been contacted at all.
Contacted about it.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if they could afford to, or have the time to. Everyone's property should be. Yeah. Looked in person by someone instead of. I know it's hard sometimes to look at a mapping system on a screen, so. I don't know how you'd. Work out who needs a ground visit and who doesn't, I suppose, so.
For clarity, Paul's father responded to some of the letter notifications about the district plan review. But unfortunately, he's now passed away, so I couldn't be here today. And when much of the correspondence around the district plan review and the SNA layers was going out, Chris was dealing with some personal family matters, so I was unable to participate in consultation at that time.
So your understanding of SNAs and the impact of you still being able to farm those areas, like graze underneath the Taitra, are you your knowledge of SNAs and how you can still farm?
You can't find it.
Is that what you're concerned about? Not the current regulations, but as you.
Partly, I mean, soon. I think at the moment they don't need to actually be fenced. Yeah, I think regulation creep will be it could be a huge issue in the future for my kids and grandkids like. And yeah, I mean, and what's the incentive for us to plant in new areas when somewhere along the line, the government's gonna turn around and say, oh, hold on, that looks good, we'll have that too. This is what it feels like, and we've left it there for a reason. And it's probably, yeah, anyone would ever change it, really. Maybe if you, maybe want to build a home there or something, and you need to take a few trees out, the rigmarole going around doing that would be just a nightmare. And we're getting consenting for that, we have to consent for everything else at the moment, it's just getting out of control. We farm plans, we have to consent to raise cattle. Seems to be never ending at the moment, and I just think as far as I'm concerned, it's our land. It's a job we can for it, and it's just always looking after it. It would be an absolute waste of time because no one could ever go in there anyway. But I'll let anyone come in. The scouts come and camp there. We get people coming from overseas, and they love it. It's great. We do too, but not keeping on out of it, but we want to be told at the time that suddenly it is public land and there's dogs in there and there's can't farm it. That's a big issue for me. It's the regulation creep. Might not be in my lifetime, but
More of an observation, I think, as mentioned in the commissioner, and we discussed this with previous submarine the ground truth. And we can ask council to engage with you to have someone come to the land and actually have a look. That can be very helpful in terms of determining, as you say, like for like, you know, if we're moving on one side, why aren't we doing the other? That can be very helpful. So sort of part of the process, but we have a very limited window. Is what we will say. We've already got so much time before we can make a decision in this process. Otherwise, it's just prolonged to another process. But we can be getting ground truthing done, and we can have take the time and just let it happen as soon as possible. And that may help you to deal with some of these
Two things. I'm just wondering about that, because you've made some suggestions in there. Some have already come from the section 42 and have already been sort of agreed to, accepted. The others, if that is accepted by the other party as well, then would you be happy for ground truthing not to be done, but for the agreement to be made?
That would make sense to me, and it seems like an efficient use of the council's resources as well.
The other question was directed to both of you, but in response to Chris talking about regulation creep, huge issue for your kids and grandkids, might not be in your lifetime, but you never know, as what you just said before. Is it similar to we heard from a submitter this morning who talked about it's not the cost now, it's the potential cost or the potential loss, that you don't know what you'll want to do with that land in the future? Is that?
It's probably, yeah. And who knows? Just the unknown, really. I mean, it's just the start. We're seeing it on farms, you know, one thing this year and that changes, and the distance defence waterways changes every 5 minutes, so you get a bit confused about it all. But yeah. I mean, at the moment, as it stands, it's not going to affect us at all, probably physically farming our farm. The future of this. In the fact that becomes a weedy jungle that just devalues the property. It's the incentive to spend all that money keeping it right. If it's not. It's-
A lot of this is. Yeah. Probably been there for generations with other family and we're thinking long term, just trying to. Keep them really and. Yeah, as I said in my report, we're sort of, we're not here for that long in this world and. I think everyone would agree, we want to leave it for future generations and our main goal was to leave it in a better state than when we started, so I'm pretty sure you'll be vote, but yes, it's not just me, it's everyone that's come before me. Worked so hard to get to where it is today, so and to lose that over a central government, yeah. If you don't sort of have your say on that, yeah, how far can it go?
One other question in relation to the dock covenant.
Yeah.
Do you get any other benefit? Is that I don't know as much about them as I do as the Kiwi 2 National Trust covenants. Is it, do they work the same? Is it in perpetuity?
Yeah, there's it's actually probably more stricter than an SNA with the rules. I think we had a copy of it in there, so what you can and can't do. So we do not much grazing, but we'd probably graze sheep in there. Only you can't have cattle. When we bought that property, it wasn't even a fence with the forest park. It was just wild cattle going all the way. So it is fully fenced. It's conventional fence now. So it is, yeah, regenerating in there. And yeah, basically it's just fenced off, and we use it for the shelter for the sheep at shearing time, pretty much, which is perfect for that.
And that's rated normally as part of your farm.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all our questions, I feel. Yes, thank you. So thank you very much for coming in person in particular, because there's always a benefit these days. And for your presentation, it's been very clear and very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed the book.
Yeah, hopefully it's finished.
Oh, going back to docking. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
It'll be finished.
Probably a bit warmer out there now that I'm. Thanks, guys.
So we're slightly early, so I think we might just take a break now and resume on the expected time. What is that? 15:50, 3:50. What's the time at the moment? So isn't it? In half an hour. Hey, what? Could we have half an hour break? That'd be sufficient for the officers.
Less if you like.
Less? Okay.
Yeah, finish early. Oh, sorry, Tiff.
Sorry, Tim. Oh, no, I've got no trouble with the client.
Okay, no, I mean, in terms of the.
No, interesting.
Okay, well, we'll take a break for what, 20 minutes? And keep hiding the clock. What time is it, maybe? We've got a holiday. 3:10. We'll make it 3:15. It's 3. The hearing is now adjourned. Thank you. Good afternoon. The hearing stream 6 on Eco Schedule 5, mapping of significant areas, has resumed. We have heard from all of the submitters who wish to be heard today, and at the moment we are turning back to the council experts for the response to matters arising, things they've heard during the hearing today. I believe we will start out with the two council advisors on ecology, John Chang and Terry Kessels. Is that correct? No? Maybe that's what the schedule tells me. So what order of appearance shall we,
Oh, sorry, I was going to give my closing statement first and then pass over to Jerry if that works for the panel though.
yep, we're in your hands, so you want to start?
So these are my comments, but I can provide further detail in my right to reply. These are also the actions from today as I understand them. So number one was to look at the policy that I had proposed, Eco 10, particularly around that word minimize. The second was to provide in writing the excerpt from my opening statement about Annabelle BT's evidence.
Yep.
Thirdly was to provide mapping of SNAs in relation to Māori land. Then I just wanted to make a comment on the ONL on Mr. Rowbottom's property. The submission is really focused on SNAs and doesn't ask for removal of the ONL. It really was only a passing observation. They stated in their submission, and we have ONL on our farmland, which is deep pasture grassland. The action they requested from their submission was not to proceed with any SNA on private farmland. And then with regards to the Lowry presentation, I just wanted to state that we completely oppose the allegations around how the consultation process, including the draft district plan consultation process, was undertaken. And with respect to ground truthing, we are unsure about how much benefit this will be, particularly for Kairako Lands Trust and the Lowry property. However, Jerry will provide more guidance on how he sees this. And I will leave any further final comments to my right of reply. Do you have any questions first before we move to Jerry?
No, I think we'll hear from everyone. I mean, so questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a comment on the evidence submitted by the Lowry's advocate in terms of the allegation that we arrived at the property unannounced. Mr. Sheen and I have checked our notes, and that's not how we recollect the situation. It was on the 28th of January 2020. That's correct. But I have an email which helped me remember that Helen O'Shaughnessy, the plaintiff at the time, had given us instructions saying she had notified the Lowrys and that we were to be there at 5. So she had been communicating with them. I don't have any more than that email, but we were an hour late. So we arrived at 6 p.m. because we were dealing with 3 large properties on the same day. I recollect that Mr. Lowry met us at the farm shed, and he took us to the areas and left us there. And John's looked at his field notebook from the time, and we were there for at least 2 to 3 hours looking around, also on foot. We didn't stay in the ute. So that's our recollection of that site visit. So I just want to clarify that. In terms of Kairako Lands Trust, the evidence from Stella August was very helpful, and for me, I'm not convinced that a site visit would fundamentally change my position that it's an SNA or not. There was mention of finding rare wetland birds, that the area has whenua rahui covenants over them. So to my mind, although it would be nice as a scientist to see the area and work with tangata whenua, as I do for a lot of areas. I work closely with a number of mana whenua and ecological restoration. So what she said resonated with me in terms of how mana whenua look after their treasures, natural treasures. I'm not sure in this case that a site visit would add any benefit to assist you in your decision-making process. I think there's no argument that they don't meet the SNA criteria. For the Lowry wetland, we actually did quite a lot of background on the whole wetland complex, and the operative plan actually has an SNA over multiple farms and grass. So we also looked at the Waikato, the Hawke's Bay Regional Council wetland database layer, and that was fundamentally incorrect in terms of what we found on the ground. So that was the base layers provided to us by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council for wetlands. So our shape files were different to that after our site visit. And John did an extensive literature review which guided our decision making. So while the site visit, I admit, the site visit form looks sparse, there is a lot of background work and background research we did and informal papers that we did in terms of determining how to map this very complicated wetland dune land system. So I don't know if it would be helpful in our response to present some more of that information. We have presented it in some of the technical reports. If you'd like some of that, more of that background evidence, that's there. In terms of the boundary, I personally, I'd be prepared to accept Ms. Beattie's outline of the wetland and dune systems in terms of her conclusions and her evidence. But I couldn't accept the proposed SNAs as presented by in the Lowry submission in terms of those yellow areas. So I'm not sure if ground truthing there would add anything else to the situation. I feel that there is enough evidence before me to accept Ms. Beattie's position as an expert ecologist. And also on the review work that John and I have done previously. In terms of the, was there anything you wanted to say on it, John? Or?
There's one thing, I'd actually prepared some notes today, which I'd like to complete very quickly to the representative, and a copy come to you folks, because we spoke about wetlands, water and vegetation, but there's some quite a good other background material that I think will actually on bitumen, etc., which I think you'll find useful. So I can actually have that by tomorrow afternoon electronically to you people. It'll get tidied up pretty quickly.
Okay, I think they can be submitted as part of the right of reply, you know, part of the package. Yeah, don't rush it. I think they'll take a little bit of time.
Well, yeah, I just knew your program was pretty tight.
It is getting very tight, yes, but there's still time to. We need a good thorough job done in terms of the right of reply.
Okay.
In terms of the three last submitters and their representative, I appreciated the evidence from Gary Leslie on Aritahi by Dr. Adam Fords, who is a colleague of mine, and did a report for that property as part of the evidence they submitted. Unfortunately, it's all pretty late to the piece, and I've struggled to sort of fully get my head around it all. Although it's dated 22nd of February, it hasn't, I haven't seen it until now, but look, so in terms of that property, I will go through Dr. Forbes's evidence and most likely agree with his recommendations for that property in terms of the suggested SNA boundary changes. So that's really helpful. Mr. Rowbottom's evidence, I fully agree with him. I apologise to him that pine forest I've had a look shouldn't have been in the SNA map, so I can remove that. I'm still quite firm on the view that a lot of this alluvial braided river terrace, even though it's not particularly appealing in terms of the weeds it's got in it, willows are still a really important part of this ecosystem. It provides a lot of ecosystem services to the braided river. A lot of this woody vegetation that comes from these alluvial terraces and cliffs falls into the braided river, and really important in terms of forming structure for functional habitat for invertebrates, and these invertebrates feed that whole, they're the main food source for a lot of the birds and fish in that system. So if you lose that woody structure, you're going to lose a really important input into that system, which is why, even though it's really weeding, it's still part of that system. And I've mentioned that a number of times in my technical reports, but I have reflected on that in the last week or so, and I'm fairly convinced in my opinion on that. However, there's definitely some amendments that can be made, because determining where these alluvial terrace and cliffs are from an aerial map is really tricky. And with Mr. Chris Hardy's property, I at first submission asked for removal of some areas, and I looked at that and I was happy to recommend to council, to the commissioners, that area be removed. Mr. Hardy has come back and asked for some other additional areas to be removed, which I hadn't been asked to look at previously, the Totara stand. I haven't seen that area. Even ground truthed it, but I'd probably be reluctant to remove it, because lowland podocarp forest, even if it's not tall and straight, from an ecological point of view, is rare forest type. And a very rare forest type in this ecological district. It's quite different to the thousands of hectares of beech forest we have in SNA 1 in the Ruhinis. It's lowland podocarp forest, and there's not a lot of it left, because it's on alluvial soil, and it's usually highly productive soil which has been cleared for farming. So yeah, so that's I'm sort of thinking that I may be able to resolve those three submitters' concerns without a site visit as well. If the commissioners request me or an ecologist to do a site visit, I will have to say that it will be really hard for me to get that done in the next 2 weeks. So I will reflect on this a bit more, and if I'll give the commissioners, via the council staff, a heads up if I really think I need a site visit would be really beneficial. But at this point in time, listening to everything, I'm not sure it will be that beneficial for me to make a decision based on the evidence before me. I could do site visit too, I could do a day or two before Christmas, but I think I'd struggle to do one. So, Yeah, thank you. That's I've got to say at the moment. Thank you.
John, do you have any further?
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Yeah, I do. You talked about the Maori ETNAs, and you talked about historical facts and going back and looking at the history and what's there. And I'm sort of a bit confused. If we went back to the whole of Hawke's Bay and looked at the historical part, the whole of Hawke's Bay would be an SNA because there was trees on it all everywhere and they've disappeared. So my question is what, if you look at it today, as is today, without taking into account the historical, what happened in the past, would it still meet an SNA? Is that how you looked at it, or am I got confused in what you just commented on?
Oh, okay. So yeah, no, I'll clarify that. Now, if I looked at it today, and on the basis of the evidence from Ms. Beattie, Mrs. Beattie, I'd say that's a fair reflection of the really important areas that are there now.
As in the bits they've shown us, or the bits that you originally had the SNA on?
No, the red that's shown in her memorandum at the end of her evidence. There's a map at the end of her evidence. Yeah, not the yellow areas requested by Mr. Lowry, the red in her evidence. You know, when I go back on historical stuff, I'm talking about not 100 years ago, I'm talking about a decade or two ago. A lot of these areas, the wetlands were more extensive. The original area was mapped as a SNA. When would that have been, John?
The rock one,
Yeah,
1989.
89. If you look back then, the wetland areas were a lot more extensive then. Now today, there's been a lot of draining going on since then, and a lot of pushing over dunes to make them easier country for farming. So in that last 30, 40 years, there's been a lot of changes there, even though it's already an SNA in the operative district.
If I could just add there, like the figure for Hawke's Bay in terms of the lot of freshwater wetlands is 4% remaining based on the good data. In addition, I was engaged on an expert panel by the Regional Council to look at outstanding water bodies in Hawke's Bay. We completed that exercise about 18 months, 2 years ago. Parongahowa Estuary and associated wetlands being identified as a regionally outstanding wetland. For that exercise, it has not been fully mapped as yet. There's about 9 other sites across the region, none of which have been mapped as yet, which is unfortunate because I pushed very hard that the mapping exercise was carried out at the same time. In terms of just wetland loss, right today, there's illegal draining going on out of Parongahowa. Been some quite significant illegal draining there for the last 5 years. The reason it's happened, and it's also happened up in Wairau, it's at the two extremities of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council region. And it's tucked away in a corner and not seen. But certainly in the course of my recreation and work and contract work like this, I've seen some shocking stuff going on and some shocking stuff that's gone on very close to the Lowry property. So are the wetlands down there at Parongahowa endangered? Very, very much so. Particularly the freshwater edges to the estuary. The estuary itself is quite safe with the tidal and brackish to salt. But it's the freshwater wetlands that are feeding into it.
I'm just looking at the old district plan, see on the map.
Yeah, it was actually quite a, I mean, there's no way you could have given effect to that SNA boundary because it takes them so much pasture land as well, so.
Yeah, the reason Doc did that at the time, and I was working with Doc at that point, but not involved in that exercise, is there were a number of sites also within protected natural area, PNA area, that were actually culturally very important. And they looked at trying to identify a boundary that tied all those up. They decided impossible, we'll just bring it back to Hunter Road that ran parallel to the coast. What I convinced the district council here to do was, with that experience or knowledge from Doc, let's make an effort to really define it as accurately as we can in terms of wetlands. And that's why you've got a fair bit of scriggly type stuff like that. We made our best effort to identify the best freshwater wetlands. The estuary was dead easy to identify because it's got that sand dune type margin. It was the freshwater wetlands just in the back of the coastal foredune that were really challenging to map. And I think we made a pretty good effort at trying to do that.
Questions?
Yeah. So back to you. One, you just mentioned a site visit, talking specifically about Chris and Gary, Chris and Paul, that obviously reluctant to remove the totra stand, but some of the other ones that were suggested today,
They look pretty obvious, they should be removed. Yeah.
and will that sort of agreement come back in the right of reply? If it's, I'm just unsure of the process there. So if you think something they've said today is, yeah, okay, I agree with that, that comes back with. Yes.
Yep.
Cool, just checking.
Yeah, I mean,
First
yes, yes, that's right. If I'd had this information earlier, we wouldn't be dealing with it so last minute, but I apologise for that. But
Yeah.
no, I'll be making recommendations if there's enough evidence before me.
Yeah.
Which it looks like it,
Unqualified opinion, it looked like there was, so I was asking what you.
Well, obviously, some of it's been aerial sprayed and a lot of it is induced Manuka or Carnuka scrub, which unless it's important habitat for native fauna isn't going to meet the or has a rare plant in it isn't going to meet the grade.
My other question is possibly somewhat stirring. How do you weigh up the value of alluvial braided river terrace versus the damage done by the blackberry, the lupins, the toot and the gorse that's coming out of it?
Yeah, well, that's a fair question because those species are weeds and they're just like possums, I guess. And for example, hypothetically, say Ruahine Forest Park is full of possums. Does that mean it's not an SNA? And that's the message I'm trying to get. Just because these alluvial terraces are full of weeds, does that mean it's not an SNA? It's a management problem. It's definitely reducing its indigenous vegetation values, and it probably is adversely affecting some common values, but it's still significant because it's that alluvial terrace supporting those ecosystem services for the actual river itself. Yeah, and I must say, I've never actually been doing this for 30 years, and I've never mapped alluvial rivers before. I've never done this in the South Island, so it's a very unique system, and it's I'm taking. I'm not sure if any other councils in the North Island who tackled this one. It's not an easy one to tackle. So, but I think if we didn't have those significant rivers, the big rivers, including the terrace and the cliffs, then we're missing out the whole ecosystem.
Any suggestions on how we encourage the river controlling authority to improve their management? Leading question, ignore that one.
Okay, further questions?
No, I was going to stir further and think that if there was illegal drainage going on, when does it stop a wetland from being a wetland? I mean, your wetland's no longer wet because we've got illegal drainage going on.
What it might do is turn them from a permanent wetland with permanent shallow water to very much ephemeral. They're pretty flat through there, but I've got an old saying that I developed in the Waikato as a very young wildlife officer. Minor works for wetlands can have major impacts. One very good example was Lake Wahi in behind the Huntly Power Station. It's about a 1,500 hectare size lake, huge iwi importance. The district council put a digger in that had a nice solid sill at the outlet. One bucket took it and lowered the water level 0.5 metre. All right, now the cost of that was very little. The ecological impact was massive. I actually went and filled it in with sandbags and was threatened with prosecution for interfering with the waterway. But minor impacts around wetlands can have major impacts. So when they're doing a drain clearing exercise, and there's a lovely lagoon, the level was just about right out, only a few hundred metres from the Lowry property. There was a drain there, probably developed about 0.5 metre deep, and it drained this coastal lagoon out in the sand dune area, not in the middle of farmland. Pretty much drained it right out, and it was a wetland of probably about 4 hectares. And there's a lot of individual wetlands here. It's not just one big complex, it's a real mosaic of wetlands that have interconnected with each other. So, the responsibility out there for the illegal drainage is not the district councils. It's not really the responsibility of the district plan to resolve it. It's an issue for the regional council in terms of resource consents. But it's important that you're actually aware of some of these management issues, and some can be quite simple, but with major outcomes, adverse outcomes.
I would like to say, if I may, just one thing to sort of my personal experience here is that as a vast majority of landowners are just doing amazing stuff on their property in terms of ecological enhancement. So I'm constantly amazed. Well, I'm working a lot with landowners more than ever, dairy farmers and sheep farmers and mana whenua, like restoring areas and working them in so that they're retiring quite large areas from productive land and restoring biodiversity values there. What concerns me is that SNAs have become a liability, especially in recent years. I mean, they've been around for 30 years, but they should be an asset. So, and it's way outside of my scope, but it's just an informal comment that anything that, incentives and ways that we can assist landowners to enhance these SNAs are really more important than the regulatory backstops in a district plan, because the district plan is quite limited in what it can. But I mean, that's just, and I've written a couple of papers on that for various, including MFE a few years ago. So I think it's the SNA situation become quite politicised, but I always come back to the positives and the incentives that seem to gain the most biodiversity positive outcomes.
Just one brief comment to add to that. It's aligned to it, but something that's concerned me since I've been involved with this process. The SNA concept is excellent. There's some excellent policies going to be put in place. Those landowners are going to require or want some advice how they can protect them, enhance them, etc. From a ratepayer, I'm a local ratepayer, it's going to be important in my mind that the district council has some advisory services to provide to landowners who've got forests and wetlands, etc. on their place as to how they should be managed, as against delegated out to QE2, regional council or DOC. So I reckon my district council, we should be looking at having an environmental type officer employed to actually provide that follow-up so that many district councils and city councils have those staff. I just leave that suggestion with you.
Just a couple of questions for Jerry, really. You saw the aerial of that area of Laurie's farm that had been tilled, the close-up aerial.
Yeah,
till in 2011 or whenever it was.
yes.
Was that part of your, when you were on site, did you go around that area?
It was a bit hard to tell from that map exactly where that was, because it was quite a close up, so I couldn't honestly say if we walked that particular site.
The previous photo was a wide angle of the same shot.
Was it?
I got it only by looking at the track that was nearby and.
Yeah,
So,
Previous photo was.
yes.
yeah, that it's sort of immediately sort of southeast, I think, of the houses on the road there.
Oh, right.
It's sort of like a hand with a thumb. And it's the hand part. Yeah, you can kind of see a darker area there, which I think that needs the.
I think we walked up there. We walked around here and up around those areas.
No, there was a big plantation of pines up in that area that have been filled in the last 5 to 6 years.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, no, I didn't walk that area.
I think when we were there, they'd been filled.
Yeah.
The final question is, if the panel were of a mind to direct some ground truthing does occur between now and Christmas, where would be the best bang for buck in terms of your time and you think in terms of what you've heard today? And I'm thinking, for instance, those alluvial terrace types. Some of them must be quite difficult to really.
Yeah, if commissioners requested ground truthing, I would go back and have another look at Hardy and Rowbottom. I think Karatahi's probably fine, because we've got Dr. Forbes' evidence here. And there may be benefit in going back to Lowry, but I'm not sure if, that may not necessarily change my decision now.
Any further questions to the panel? Okay, there being no further questions and no further submitters, we'll adjourn hearing stream number 6. And we will probably look at issuing a minute fairly soon, as we can, practically really, given our increasingly tight time frame. So I just want to thank again the efforts, the flexibility, the energy, and sometimes the bravery of submitters and their supporters in attending the hearing and presenting to us. We have appreciated it all and listened to it all and have taken lots and lots and lots of notes. So I would like to thank them all from each and every panel member. And I'll probably repeat that in our final hearing for the proposed district plan, which will be in mid-December sometime. And a minute's gone out on that, I think, already. So hopefully everyone's on alert for that. So with no further ado, I will adjourn the hearing. Thank you very much.